recent round of MA thesis defense by MA students at the university.
Indeed, the story of the humble beginnings of the University of the Gambia is like a dream come true. The most amazing aspect of the development that defined the university are the students, most of whom have gone for advanced studies outside the country and are now reaping the benefits.
I was one of those very few who believed in that vision, who trusted His Excellency, who took the opportunity instantly and then went to the university extension program. And I can assure you, the products of that university are holding very, very high positions, not only in the Gambia, but elsewhere around the world. Some of them are working even at the World Bank level. So that opportunity could not have arisen if that bold decision was not made by His Excellency the President. So there is nothing we can say, because people like me, I come from a very humble background. My father is just a simple tailor whose means was only able to survive, make or sustain us on daily basis. My mother was a housewife, and this is a story that many of the Gambians share. We grapple with the little we have. So the children are the aspirations of these parents. So that opportunity was an opportunity that came at a very appropriate moment for us.
If you had asked me when I was a volunteer here in 1979, 1980, 1981, you know, the big achievement at that point was the completion of the Soma-Basse Highway, which was finished in 1981. But at that time, Gambia College was here, and that was, you know, where teachers, agricultural extension workers, nurses and nursing midwives, and health inspectors were trained. But that was the major tertiary institution. And so the tertiary institutions have grown, but you know, the university, and I guess you know, what I would say, you know, the drive to really create an institution of higher education, tertiary education, accessible, you know, with the goal of making more education and a better quality of education accessible to Gambians, has been a great thing. I mean, you look at some of the students there, because it's so expensive to study abroad.
Across the length and breadth of the country, UTG products are occupying influential positions.
If I am to say anything about my university education, frankly, I would say for a long time in my life, it got to a point I never expected that I would have had the opportunity to go to a university. Then I came to the conclusion that yes, I must read development studies, because other than my judicial function, other than my political engagement, political systems are able to maintain themselves mainly subject to how much they are capable of delivering to their people.
Decentralization also means that students from far-flung communities or hard-to-reach areas have access to education by all means necessary. Bansan Senior Secondary School was built in 2004. It was not surprising to run into another UTG product.
The future is bright, yes, in terms of education generally in the country. And university education is no exception to that, because it's the bridge that you spoke about. It's the bridge between people and institutions. It's the bridge between that social aspect that we are all yearning for, or the development that we wanted to get to. So it's great that myself, I'm still hoping, because I'm still trying to go for my master's, because bachelor's alone is not enough for me. And there is a program, master's degree program on education sector analysis, which I'm very much interested and wanted to pursue as well, because that will obviously give you a better standing professionally, academically, and which everybody is looking for. That's really great, and we are very much thankful to the government of the day.
In the past, several secondary school students from rural communities face constraints as regard getting guardians in the combos when they choose senior secondary schools in the Greater Banjul area. The advent of the July 22nd revolution bridged that gap. The construction of Kalaji Senior Secondary School in Fonyi Jarol enables students from the region and beyond to take advantage of the development. The students have to wake up early in the morning to connect to the nearest school.
It's just I feel good because the time they bring this, the time it was not here. Our brothers were traveling to the Combos and our fathers are here. No one can help them. Yeah.
How do you feel now?
So I'm feeling good because I'm here now. So when I'm out of school now, I can go and help my fathers there at farms.
Now we are okay because then our brothers went to Combos to learn there, but now we can learn here. After school we go and help our parents to work.
We are here, we are learning in this school. We are going to help our fathers in terms of homework.
20 years on, the July 22nd revolution continues to invest in a sector that has so far produced tremendous achievements and consolidating on the gains recorded. Like the president says, when it comes to education, space is the limit. The prospects are indeed bright. Gambians have been given the opportunity to prove their mettle in education. It is no longer an illusion.
محمد رسول محمد خير خلق الله محمد خير خلق الله
Grts for exciting human interest stories on the history of Cuba-Gambia relations every day in the news. Grts for exciting human interest stories on the history of Cuba-Gambia relations every day in the news.
Hello, good evening, beautiful viewers, and welcome to yet 10. With me here, I have personnel from the information communication infrastructure. She's also part of the National Organizing Committee. She is no other person than Marie Bojang. Madam, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
I'd rather not be biased, but ladies, how did it?
If we and it was adopted as a legal framework for youth development in Africa. So then it was called the Banjul Charter. So from 2006 to date is 10 years, and we think we should come back to reflect on how far have we gone as a country or as a continent, this framework. So then the name Banjul Plus 10 came in. So that's the reason why we call it Banjul Plus 10. The objective is to review the document and looked at some of the achievements we have made. Then we celebrate those achievements. Again, to look at some of the challenges that the document have also have in terms of implementation, and again to look at way forward in the way in which we can improve in our implementation. Okay. This is the youth ministers and young people from all over all AU states will be sending this representative to this for 24th to the 25th of this month. Barely is about a week to go for us to host all this, the cream of Africa, we said, which is the young people. We are blessed with a generation, and generation to come that will be masterminded, that will be, being popular by these young people.
Okay.
So that's basically why the Banjul Plus 10 and we did the celebrations in brief.
Marie, Babukar was saying since the inception there are a lot of achievements that have been registered. Can you tell us what have Gambia achieved so far?
Okay, thank you, Simaha. Youth event, and the charter was adopted, the African Youth Charter was adopted here in Gambia. Youth Council, and the Youth Council came into place even before the African Youth Charter was adopted, and we actually won awards as one of the most outstanding or best youth councils in Africa. Okay. So this is one of the achievements, and Gambia is actually used as an example, for other African countries to emulate on best ways of how to empower young people and to include them in decision-making processes in all Annual Plus 10 event, where all youth ministers, like he said, youth affair ministers, youths will come together, and we all collectively re-strategize and find ways that we can make best use of the charter. Yes, AU summit has a theme for women. Yeah, so it's specifically there's a special section that is all together dedicated to women empowerment also in Africa, because we know how important women play a role in the development of African countries. So the whole all together young men and women of Africa. Yeah.
Of women empowerment in this country.
Okay.
We're able to have a women magazine that comes weekly in our national TV. Yeah. It's one way of empowering women. We know in every platform that you are, as a man, just like the saying goes, every successful man needs a woman behind him.
Strong woman.
A very, very strong woman behind that success. So whatever the African Union have put in place have given that specific focus. We know this year's team is focusing on human rights. Okay. But it have give a specific focus on women empowerment. So that have given us the opportunity to give women more platform to discuss on this Banjul Plus 10. Yeah. The National Organizing Committee is set up in a way that you have, women leading in many of the organizing committees and all the processes. The finance is led by Minister of Finance, and again we have a woman that is also led in the implementation. If you come to the media, the same thing. So they involve in everything. Come to the Gambia in terms of women empowerment. It have been. If you go to the decision-making processes, we've seen women taking the lead in that. our National Women's Bureau and the Women's Council. You know, we have women that are leading that. We have our young people. If we get to the entrepreneurs development, we have young people that have taken this as a lead. Like she said, Gambia is being taken as an example in terms of the implementation of the African Youth Charter. And that's why we championed the summit. We championed this in Banjul, and we have achieved that. So many countries bid this to host this event.
Okay.
But Gambia was given the opportunity. It's a question that we should also reflect as ourselves. We have Minister of, and he's in the office both day and night to see that things are done. And we are not leaving women behind. They're the one that is taking this lead, and we're telling them this year is their year, and that this should not be seen as any other person. This should lead this process.
Okay.
And that's why you have in every country that is coming, we have, if you have a man coming, a young man coming, you also have another young woman also coming.
Okay.
So the gender lens have been fully, wired, so to make sure that we are all, at this level.
Okay.
To say what Yamari is just saying, in terms of the implementation, Gambia, before even the AU comes along with the adoption of the African Youth Charter, it have made us have our national youth councils, our national sports councils, the NEDIs, the PIAs, the NYSS. These are all youth structures empowering young people in this country. So that's why we are always termed as champions of the African Youth Charter.
Okay.
So 10 years down the line, we still want to look at now we have gaps in terms of the implementation, and every country have that. So all these countries are coming to the Gambia to report,
okay,
how far they have gone in the implementation. So their youths are also going to be here, and the summit is not going to be in the summit that we used to have, where you have youth discourse at the part, and you have the ministers or the presidents discourse at the part. But this time we bring in all these people together to see that there is that interaction, and there is that discussion that harmonize all these ideas, put synergies together, and have an outcome document at the end of the day.
And also integrate Africa.
Exactly. Yes. So these are all things that is coming, and we're calling everybody to come on board and to support this initiative.
Yeah, Marie, 10 years is a long way. Yeah. It must be very difficult to achieve all your targets. What are some of the challenges that is really hindering your progress?
Thank you, Fatmata, for that. Like you said, 10 years is it's a long way, and like I said, Gambia have been used as an example for African students to, African countries to make good use of the charter and how best they can implement it. I can say some of the challenges that African countries face is that most of the time young people are not involved in decision-making processes. Okay. These are young people, we are educated young people, and I think we have to be given the opportunity to also have a voice in decisions that matter to us, decisions that are about our own empowerment and development. And if we are given the opportunity to do that, and which this Banjul Plus 10 event will provide for young African people and young ministers of young people, African young people, ministers that are responsible for their empowerment. This summit will bring about ways that they can discuss crucial, matters that are relevant to the development of young people. I think these are some of the challenges that are facing the implementation of the African Youth Charter, is that young people are not involved in the decision-making process of affairs that concern them. Okay. Yes, these are some of the challenges, and we hope that this Banjul Plus 10 event will bring all these people together, and then we can find best ways of how to include the young people, youths of Africa in all this decision-making process, because this is very important for the people of Africa.
Okay. Yeah. Coming to the event, what's your level of preparation?
Yes, I can see all sectors are almost in a high gear as we speak. Various subcommittees have been established, ranging from publicity and media, the logistics, the accommodation, security, finance, all subcommittees that have been established. As we speak at the Secretariat, we close almost every day around 11.
Okay.
And the preparation is in high gear. We have confirmed the venue, that is at Paradise Suites Hotel. Okay. We have went there, as an organizing committee, and the minister himself have also gone through, take a thought of all these rooms, look at the facilities that are available, and we're able to give feedback to our counterpart, that is the African Union, that this place have been suitable and it have been chosen and is the right place to host this event.
Okay.
Prior to that, we have the Gambia to look at the level of preparedness, to look at the stakeholders involved. Okay. Specifically to look at how many women are also taking part in the organizing committee.
Okay.
So we are very conscious that AU is always looking at the participation of both gender in terms of implementing of programs. Okay. So this accommodation have been confirmed, but yet we have people that also have choices in being on other hotels. That have also prompt us to go and then have other options. The likes of the Jembe, the likes of the Jaliba, the Kairaba, and the Coco Oceans are all places on hotels that are also prepared for accommodation. Okay. As we speak, we have people that have already booked, and their flight tickets are being booked. By only 21st, we have a majority of them arriving. But starting from the 17th, we have in the AU delegations and other Pan-African Youth Union delegations will also be coming. Okay. They can help us continue the process and do the final touch-ins to see that everything is gone. We have involved the media, where we have our GRTS representative, which is also part of it. Okay. We have brought all the graphic designers, in about 8 of them that are lead graphic designers, and they are all young people and to look at what they can also contribute in terms of. So they came and then they met. They have a very good roadmap to make sure see that the program is have all what it takes. We have also equally invited the international media that the Office of the President have already approved. We are very grateful to see the majority of major broadcasters in South Africa and again beyond to come to the event and then have that coverage. As we speak, we have partners that have also come on board to support the GAMCELs, the UNFPA, the UNDPs are all in this, and are also part of the organizing committee as technicians to help us. So all stakeholders that are concerned to youth development and to national development are all involved. So the state of preparedness is at the highest gear, and we are almost at the last touches to see that the day comes, and then as planned, we pray and ask all elders, that we are young people, we are getting into this, and then we want them also to pray that we have people that are coming to the Gambia. We know Gambia in its hostility. Gambia is a very hospitable country, so we hope that trend will continue. So we ask the public, to help us in welcoming, to help us keep these visitors to feel home. To also remember the Gambia in this program, and to help us, with prayers to see that we started in peace and it ended in peace.
Okay. Do you have anything to say as a woman part of the organizing committee?
Yes. To add on to just what he said, like he rightly said, preparations. Like we are almost done now. All we are looking forward to is welcoming the participants from all countries that are coming, and so that we can go into this event successfully and we complete it successfully. Like he said, the organizing committee obviously consists of women, young people like me. So we all play a part in making sure that this event becomes a successful one. So, like he said, all the venues have been surveyed, security is in place. We're even going to have to set up a clinic, health-wise, the clinic there at the event, which for any emergencies that might occur. And the security, which is one part that the organizing committee is not compromising about. We're very serious about that because these are young people, young African young ministers responsible for youth affairs that are coming to the country. So it's very important that we make sure that they are safe during their stay in this country. So all that is put in place. Yes, the organizing committee is divided into subcommittees for logistics, for communications, for health. All these things are well prepared for, and we are ready to host all the participants that are coming, and we would make sure that they are all safe, have a good summit, and everybody would go back home, and the African Youth Charter will be more empowered. Young people will be more empowered to make decisions for themselves. And the Youth Summit is going to take place from the 21st to 25th of May 2016 at the Paradise Suites Hotel. So everybody is invited. The timing will start in the morning. Yes, we would have also sport events where we'll have football with the young people, and the ministers will have the Paralympics. All these events are going to take place, and everything is in place now. That we just hope we host the summit and it becomes successful, and everybody will learn from it.
Okay. Do you have one to add on?
Yes, just to say part of the activities. Like she said, we're going to have sporting activities because that is also another domain that young people are focusing very well.
Yeah.
In the Gambia, young people concentrate mostly on the music, on sports, and again on development. So we bring in sports to have our youth ministers from all over Africa to play with the young people at the Independence Stadium.
Yes.
That's going to be during the anniversary day. And again, we're going to have the Paralympics, that is the different able, are also going to play basketball, you know, to showcase their talent. We're also going to have a music night, music awards and all that. Cultural activities. So that our, you know, Pan-African musicians, the Gambian musicians, you know, the cultural musicians will all come on board to make the event very colorful, to also showcase the talent that the young people will have in terms of arts. That's also going to be another one. We're also going to have side events. We're going to have side events in almost 7 thematic areas, ranging from youth and employment, and migration, education, climate change, you know, the demographic dividend. These are all thematic areas that the event is going to concentrate on, and our national or local youth groups that have registered with the National Youth Council have also given these platforms to also come on board and discuss national issues that are also of concern. So these are all platforms that we have given them to explore and then to also make the public, you know, that these are concerns, and then so that we can hold our governments accountable of what we do. At regional level, we have also engaged all the regional youth committees, because the National Youth Council have structures in all the youth committees, for them also to have what we call a youth caravan, or a carnival in their respective regions, also raise the hype and raise awareness on the event. This weekend, most of the regional youth committees will be having this caravans. We urge the public to support them. We urge the public to join them. Banjul Youth Committee will be doing theirs on Saturday, starting 3 p.m. from the Arch, going towards Tobacco Road and to the BCC. Carnifing Municipal Youth Committee will start from the Buva Zone towards Westfield. And then you're going to have the CRR, the LRR, the North Banks, are also going to have their caravan within their destinations, within the districts, and involving both women and able men to be, you know, to also raise that awareness. So you can see across the board, and the country is involved, everybody is involved, to see that, you know, we have everybody on board. We just call in partners. That is no late. Anybody that think you can still come and play your part, you can always be called to come in and to discuss with us. We call everybody, and we want to thank the National Organizing Committee for the effort that they are doing. From the day one to now, most of them are using their personal resources to see that, you know, they do this. So we cannot thank them enough. And GRTS itself, from the day one to now, cover a lot of events and sub events that we have activities. The press, you know, are doing a lot in this, and we say this is a national development, and we call everybody on board.
Thank you. Yeah, time has beaten us. Maybe if you have anything to add before we
like he said, we just want to thank the government for, you know, accepting and allowing to host this event, because it's very important. It's a big event, and it's a great responsibility for us. And I also want to thank the organizing committee. Like he said, some of us, we use our own resources to make sure that the event is a successful one, because it's our responsibility, it's our country, and we want to raise the Gambian flag to higher heights. So we have kind of like sacrificed to do some of these things, because if we don't do it, nobody else is going to come outside Gambia and do it for us. So we also want to thank GRTS for allowing us, giving us time. This is not like the first show. We've been having several shows on this event. And I just want to thank everybody, and we're also still calling on the stakeholders to contribute and just help us, make this event a successful one.
Thank you, Yamari Bojang, a part of the National Organizing Committee, and Babukar Kebe from the National Youth Council. Well, viewers, that does it for this edition of the Women's Magazine. Do join us next time, same place. On behalf of the production team, I am Fatumata Simaha wishing you a pleasant evening. Do stay tuned and enjoy the rest of our programs from Grts. Bye-bye.
Grts for exciting human interest stories on the history of Cuba-Gambia relations every day in the news.
It is unfortunate that, especially for we Africans, that we resort to violence before we even negotiate over small, trivial matters. We have to look at ourselves and change for the better. We should not live by fool's pride. The problem with us Africans is, I will teach him a lesson. Who is he to tell me this? Intolerance is the cause of all our problems in Africa. We African youths are sick and tired of being refugees. We want a new leaf for Africa, a new lease of life, where African children will be assured of going to school, from nursery school to university, uninterrupted by any war. We are sick and tired of fighting. But if we have to learn lessons, we have to learn lessons from the animals, lessons of peace. Each animal goes its way to find what it can survive. The world is big enough for us to be able to live together in peace. And as a young African representing the youth, I will make sure that we youths of Africa do not continue to be victims, because we are drafted into guerrilla armies to kill our own fathers and sisters.
Kai bara iyo kele sampana malay bale aliu suku kai bara iyo kele garajana malay bale aliu dema kai bara iyo kele ko baba kala kele ke pali ye kai bara iyo kele kele ke pali ye kai bara iyo kele Muhammad Habibullah Muhammad Imamullah Muhammad Imamullah Muhammad Rasulullah Muhammad Rasulullah Muhammad Waliyullah Muhammad khairu khalqillah ilallah ta'ala Kala bokala malan nabarala wala dil de manhangi silama bem pandeo bada jaw keleni yo setane ebole sa dangerous asibo rana me bano asifonde sabada e pamala yana maralono maralo sinena ba iballo yana aladono ya ni kairala sebe kulumbaida ala tinso kesendida ala arajani yirwana ala halaga ulunasida ala fi balbalindila ala ilonno balundila ala yirimon nindila ala yiridimu mondila ala nyamu do bedane siani lanna ya bedane nyakana bedane badi ya nyakano bedane alakala be majil gele ilallah taala Dama komiti ala jaita kabaya la samaduku ilallah akai dama jama ma jaita kabaya la samaduku ilallah dama komo jama jaita kabaya la samaduku kabira ya la samaduku na na kadwa fana minaka
food is a dangerous weapon. It's the most lethal weapon against humanity. You can see how powerful countries' government can crumble just within a few weeks because of food. Agriculture is indispensable. It's as indispensable as the oxygen you breathe. You can bear 10 days, 20 days, 100 days, 3 years without a beetroot in your pocket. But can you bear without a grain of food in your stomach for 72 hours? No. The prosperity of this country depends on agriculture. The well-being of every person in this country, not only Gambia, depends on agriculture.
Ibo town Badala da jàng alxuraan biñ dee def dimanche bu jot moom lañ fas éena ren def ko jàng bu mag ci juma Mbow ci Ibo town Badala ñu xamee ko imam Minte moo fa nekk mooy imam bi ñu ngi ko yëgal nag ñëpp di oo ñëpp góor a jigéen mag ak ndaw yëpp ñu ngi leen di oo ñu ngi oo imam Kernoka ci Banjul di imam ratib bàyyiwuñ kenn ñu ngi yëgal ñëpp wasalaam
baɗo misilmolu mbal kon ɗon naal tol naal kon ɗon lan tol men jitam bonna Ibo town Badala imam min tele jamanto dole nga dara loje o dara alquran o dimas sta mokliya nga karanje nga duam fango nga dua bango nga duan na dimbali o molle bal kumandila alena manan lefta ka bali mul be kumand misilmo be kumand yana mako jar kuna karangola kadwa banko e kadwa misilmo be me kibaro sin le president ma na kamne de ministère be imam kolnaka wala be mo dailla e ni mo botaje si dwa banko e si dwa misilmo be wala en sabu jang namolle en kina kabona Ibo town Badala e men president wala mo Mboji Sar Mamadou Baro wala ba noma e aji hade mbum wala musol le president di Fanta Fati ba noma no botaje e Karfa Drame anim Babu Cham ñen mun nak mon nata wala jang wa salam
الخوف والجوع ونقص من الأموال والأنفس والثمرات وبشر الصابرين الذين إذا أصابتهم مصيبة قالوا إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون
Suda Aluminium and Glass Center, located at Jimpex along the Banjul Highway. Yes, it's Suda Enterprise, dealers in high-quality aluminium products like sliding doors and windows, railings and stripling with stainless steel aluminiums, hinges and iron doors, keys for aluminium doors, sliding windows and mosquito net rollers, and counter sets. Glasses are also available in different sizes and colors. Step into Suda and all your aluminium needs will be solved by our highly trained staff ever ready to carry out your building contract and office partitioning. Our products are of high quality, available on wholesale and retail. Contact us on 4378549, 2033-932, 398-3988. Suda Enterprise, the best place for your aluminium and glass products.
their fields in the House of Parliament.
African States Ministers of Youth, how do we make sure that we include everyone in our programs or in our activities or whatever platform we set?
What are some of the steps? I mean, decentralization, not on paper. What are some of the steps put in place to make sure some of the social amenities that are being enjoyed by those in the urban can also be enjoyed in the rural areas?
Leaders from the African countries represented here responded accordingly, and some of the answers given were very interesting, as the same rhetoric that has been said from the beginning of this conference is repeated over and over again, that young people have to take the lead. However, here are some of the answers or responses to the questions.
I will begin with agriculture. Not only because I have high passion for agriculture, but I see it as an area that has enormous potential to employ a good number of our young people. The challenges in employment, in my opinion, if agriculture is made attractive and well utilized by the young people as well, then we will address in a very significant way some of the employment challenges.
Now let me come back again to the youth sitting here. When you are given to say, for the youth, we are given to your 10 or 20 places to nominate and to vote for. Don't put Agnes Chongarero there. She's not the youth. But that is what is happening. Put the young people. Now in our parliament, we've got one full minister. We have got 7 deputy ministers. And we've got 5 ordinary parliamentarians, young people.
Leaders need to make themselves accessible, but also the young people need to be able to go to their leaders and demand results. Normally, what happens at those places, there are young people who have access to the leaders, but what if you go to those meetings, what are you asking for? Some people have one-on-one access to their leaders. Sometimes they go for their personal gains, for their personal aggrandizement. So if you have access to your leaders, why can't you carry the voice and aspiration of your constituency?
Je voudrais également profiter de cette occasion pour réaffirmer l'attachement.
In addition, the Union Sport Minister from Niger, who spoke in French, reiterated that Africa's biggest challenge or biggest problem is the lack of cooperation among member states. However, he spoke in French, and I'm going to quote and also paraphrase him here. And he says, I believe that Africa has embarked on the establishment of African Union, and we are facing difficulties, but these obstacles are not difficulties for us. Africa, we must let go of our ego and integrate, and this is only possible if we take the bull by the horn and unite. After the intergenerational dialogues, the Minister for Women's Affairs and Vice President of the Islamic Republic of the Gambia, Her Excellency Ajah Dr. Aïssatou Ndiaye Seydi, reiterated on the importance of the gathering for young people and the stakeholders represented here.
Chairperson, I'm certain that this forum has provided you with the opportunity, of course, to report on the implementation of the African Youth Charter, from which lessons learned and best practices identified could be shared by African governments for further progress in the successful implementation of the Charter. Sharing lessons of good practice is critical in this process. In this day and age of technology, we can surely do that. I'm equally certain that given the depth and scope of expertise, as well as the wealth of experience at your disposal, that you have been able to chart the way forward through the formulation of strategies to transform constraints and challenges indeed into opportunities.
From those remarkable advices, the hope is that young people participating here today will take the recommendations made here today back home and implement them to the letter. Reporting for GRTS News, I am Tenenjite.
The decision by leadership to open the Gambia and Senegal borders continued to earn the commendation of business communities, passengers and motorists who are waiting to make it to either sides. Our farmer Akanye visited the North region where the two countries share a long stretch of border and gave us the reactions of the people on the impasse of the border impasse.
The town of Amdalai is now open for business. After 3 months due to the border closure, business seemed to be flourishing here in this border town. Seen as a business hub for both Gambians and non-Gambians, many are making headways here to earn a living. Buna Sen, a Senegalese businessman we met at the Karang custom post, told me how the border closure has affected his business.
When the border was closed, at times we used to come here the whole day without selling nothing. But now, since it's open, the situation has changed.
He said he is now relieved after 3 months of slow progress in business. He and his friends thanked both governments for what they called a productive decision. However, most of the people who spoke to us at the Amdalai border are foreign nationals. Aïssatou Ndiaye, a Senegalese petty trader, told me that she has suffered a great loss due to the border closure, whilst Mahmoud, a Mauritanian trader, is also an affected victim. For the Gambians who spoke to us, the closure has affected both sides, but Senegalese traders and business entities seem to bear much of the pain.
The Gambians, we will consume at least 2% of all the shops, all the goods that are here. So automatically it has affected them because by putting barriers at the frontier, disallowing them to come and buy the goods to consume, has brought uncountable hardship to their own people. So they suffered more than us, as far as we can understand.
This Lumo in Fas is the first to be organized since the borders were open. There we met both Gambians and Senegalese traders as well buyers who expressed their delight over the opening of the border. During our return, we saw several Senegalese trucks parked at the Barra Banjul ferry crossing point, an indication that the Gambia is a very crucial entry point for foreign businesses. For GRCS News, I am Famara Kani.
The Forum for African Women Educationalists FAWEGAM Gambia chapter began celebrations marking FAWE Week with the laying of a foundation stone for its edifice. FAWE Week, as Louis Mendy reports, is a moment dedicated to campaign for sustainable development of women and girls through the provisions of quality and affordable education.
Adolescent girls in the Greater Banjul area are demanding that society adhere to human rights laws designed to protect and empower them. The plea was made at the celebrations of FAWE Week. The ceremony was graced by Ami Kolembai, former Director of Basic Education, who is now the Honorary Secretary, FAWE Africa.
We have a vision and we're working towards this vision. And as we all know, that helping these young girls and women reach their potentials and contribute to the elevation of their status and general well-being through education is noble but a daunting task for all institutions and individuals who take on this challenge. FAWEGAM continues to devote its time, resources, energies, and intellectual capacities to awaken Gambians' conscience and the world at large to the plight of the women and girls' education. And also we are not forgetting about the boys.
FAWE Week is a moment reserved to raise awareness for the need to empower women and girls. On the home front, the theme for this year's event is FAWEGAM stepping it up for gender equity.
First time we focused too much on one aspect of gender, but this time we want to have gender equity. Our focus now is on gender equity. This is why you can see that you have some male amongst us. They are partners in development and we cannot go in their absence. Anywhere you see a strong woman, there is a man behind her. And anywhere you see a strong man, there is a woman behind him. So this is a common saying and I believe it is very true.
Week-long celebrations began Tuesday with the march past and the laying of the foundation stone for the construction of the FAWEGAM chapter's edifice.
We hope next year we'll be inviting you to open our FAWE home, and the home is going to be a home for boys and girls. It'll be a FAWE secretariat, but also a place where students can come to do research, to use the internet to study, to do research. So we ask everybody here, join hands with us, help us to put this dream into a reality.
There were other chairs before me who worked very hard for this day, but as it is destined, it is my honor to be here. But I want to acknowledge every FAWE chair before me, beginning from the first Minister of Education that was the first FAWE chair, up to today, because they all worked very hard. Let me say, we all worked very hard to bring us here. It's not easy to get a plot of land because everybody knows that everybody needs it. But at least we want to start by thanking the Ministry of Lands and the government for allocating this plot of land to us.
Friday, the 27th May, is the gala dinner. Proceeds would go into constructing the FAWEGAM edifice, estimated at $10 million. Support us for the sustainable development of girls was the message to the general public from FAWEGAM. This as the Forum for African Women renew her commitment to the cause of women and girls. Louis Mendy, GRTS.
With that, viewers, we'll take our first break. When we return, we take a look at news from beyond our borders. Do stay with us. We'll be right back.
Yow gi nga gën tey si lay yëngu lay dala yéen tax nga neex waaye nag waxoon naa la dinaa la defal tey surprise waaw toppeer mayonnaise ni jaay waaw toppeer mayonnaise bi gën ci mayonnaise kon ñu ñam seet ay léegi nag jàpp naa sama chéri ko ak sama njaboot ci sama digg la mayonnaise bi neex na mayonnaise bi
ñuy jaay moo gën ci mayonnaise yi te nee naa la lépp lu nga xamante ne day ànd ak mayonnaise ak man toppere mayonnaise moo ma ci gën.
te am na ci 500 millilitres 1000 millilitres ak 5 litres te toppere mayonnaise du mayonnaise kese ñëw na ci bota ci 4.5 kilogrammes.
waaye bu ma ko soxlaa fu ma koy amee.
ci bépp supermarché ci bépp marché ak ci bépp boutique te nangu nañ ne mayonnaise bi wër na àdduna te boolewu dara ci wax.
The U.S. President Barack Obama is expected to make a historic trip to Hiroshima this Friday. He will be the first U.S. leader to visit the Japanese city where the first atomic bomb was dropped more than 70 years ago. President Obama says its significance can't just be for history's sake, but also to see the very real risk of nuclear weapons. We have more in this CNN report.
This is really the only site of the only atomic bomb used. And when you see, the memorial there, but not only the memorial, but the museum that kind of lays out the devastation of the sheer power of a nuclear weapon, you can't help but be moved to see the dangers of nuclear weapons. So this is really the only world example, and I think President Obama is hoping to highlight the dangers of nuclear weapons when he visits there. But it is a delicate balance because on one hand he wants to acknowledge history and pay tribute to not just the victims of Hiroshima but all the victims of World War II, but at the same time not be seen as apologizing, because most historians and indeed most Americans feel that the decision that President Truman made at the time was the right one to end the war and save millions of lives.
You went to Hiroshima with John Kerry as Secretary of State, and you saw for yourself how outraged, I think, the Japanese are with some of the comments coming from Donald Trump. You've written a great piece on CNN.com talking about how Trump's comments have opened wounds for the Japanese. Explain that to us, particularly in the context of Mr. Obama coming out today saying that world leaders are rattled by his comments.
Well, I visited the museum with a colleague of mine, a Japanese colleague whose father was a survivor of Hiroshima, and we talked a little bit about those comments, and him and some of the other people that were there are saying, listen, after World War II, after Hiroshima, the Japanese have really adopted this pacifist policy. They're totally against nuclear weapons, and when you see the hundreds of thousands of people that died, it's a reminder of the catastrophic nature of such a nuclear weapon. So for Donald Trump to say that they should give Japan nuclear weapons, these people thought it reflected a lack of knowledge of what happened at Hiroshima, the danger that it caused, the pain that it caused to so many millions of families, and the kind of ghosts of Hiroshima that live in the mind of all Japanese. So the comments really resonated and were very hurtful at the time. And that's why when President Obama says that world leaders are rattled by Donald Trump, I think what he means is a lot of world leaders think some of the things that he's saying, give Japan a nuclear weapon, for instance, give South Korea a nuclear weapon, for instance, NATO is obsolete. These don't reflect a kind of real-world understanding of what went on, and they feel that he needs more study in terms of world history and current world affairs.
An Indian mother has given birth to the world's biggest baby girl, who weighs almost the same as an average 6-month-old baby. The baby was born by cesarean section on Monday, weighing a staggering 6.8 kilograms. Her 19-year-old mother was surprised by the size of her first child when she was born in southern India. More in this CNN report.
She weighs about 6.8 kilograms, which is the average size of a 4-month-old infant. Though she looks healthy, the baby is certainly doing well, and the doctor says the mum didn't have any complications after a cesarean section, thankfully. The child isn't the biggest baby ever born, though. That title goes to an Italian boy who weighed a little more than 10 kilograms.
I've watched the report several times and I'm still marveled by it. And with that, viewers, we come to the end of this newscast. Before we take leave of you, a quick reminder of our day's main stories. President Jammeh has celebrated his 51st birthday anniversary in his native home of Kanilai amidst thousands of well wishes. The First Lady, Madam Zainab Jammeh, has left Banjul for the Permata International Conference on Children in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. The U.S. President Barack Obama is set to make a historic visit to Hiroshima some 70 years after the U.S. atomic bomb hit the Japanese capital. And a 19-year-old Indian mother has given birth to the world's heaviest baby girl ever born, weighing 6.8 kilograms. Well, viewers, that was all for this edition of the news. Thanks for the pleasure of your company. Do join us at 10 p.m. for another bulletin. Till then, I'm your presenter, Tenin GT, and have a pleasant evening. Bye-bye.
ati sindem paga tintoko henga igarni kebe grisasa kenyani
banko president oti
jamanen president
en lafdele bulole kosi fo tambole jolo
igana jamanen president iga ida munde igana to kana sogon katu o fala on kelle haagdi ko be jidi ganda ko president o immoto joni hala
whatever his excellency c'est professeur dr alhaji
his excellency c'est professeur dr alhaji eje jamme
mitala kekende sateto yaya jemenyolia fonyikani yaya jeme illa kekende alentenya fali malum na kuntuta mantafu yaya jemela no julobe ke jamala ke ya mange kedoti ke ya mu alala soroleti ke ya mu duwa jakoleti ala ye ke jaralla mansa lumbinala Afrika belebe no mala
ali sama keke toloya fonyi kanala ali sama keke toloya fonyi kanala
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين
ati أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته
Mangeniu Governor bi ak chef yi député yi yaay company students yi URI yëpp maa leen nuyu.
My greetings to our host, the governor, the alkalul, the sefolu, the yai compin, and all the people who are here present.
Ati iwa kunyi nekiyani ni governor sehunu alkalnu ya kompino ado honna kaundo URI suga ida sukunyi.
Mangeni yu gainde dekawi gainde Gambia ni mai jigeni.
I would want to greet the lions of this great region and this great nation, and those are the women.
Ati ida kunyinde kinyandi jamane jarintonga idi kunyi urondi idi kunyi kiendi iwi kunyine kadi
so dege te ñu ngi wa Gambia Yaya Jammeh gannaaw yàlla yéen jigéen ñi la kon man duma leen bàyyi gannaaw.
The reason we are proud of the Gambia, people are talking about the Gambia positively, besides God, it is because of you, the women of this country.
Atangana wari lenki istukati ni Gambia Allah halempalle kakunya arudru kotondenda asige nyanda kenchabu Kenya tigati ida jarin tonkunyi koni jarin tonkunyi Gambia ya garu ida kakunyi
léegi mu nekk ñaari fukki at ak ñaar of development yéen jigéeni Gambia soo leen si bokkutoon ni kon dara du am school sa du am.
It is almost 22 years of unprecedented development in this country. If it wasn't you, the women of the Gambia, that would not have been easily achieved.
Yiri waendo kanya dagaye ado Gambia development angada nya awari agate lekane Allah halempalle akakunya garwani jarinto kayan siga halena dema Kenya siga agate lekane kundu mina gatiga
kon
therefore
Gambia jigéeni URR
the women of URR
ati URR yagaru
ak suma doom yi jànq yi yëpp ñu fi nekk school children yi fi nekk yëpp
and my daughters and sons, the school children here present.
Atire mu school yagar na lemu kubenu gaira do yigu yadi sukunyi.
Dange ma sutura yal na le yalla sutural.
You have firmly stood by me. May God also stand by you.
Adi kadi suturi iwa Allah nyaga na Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala illa Allah na gaga suturi.
You have always supported me, taking risks to support me. May the Almighty Allah support you.
Amin ya Rabbi Allah ya Rabbi.
You have honored me. May the Almighty Allah honor you.
Mune dangen ko sutural yalna len yalla sutural.
Agadi sutura iwa Allah nyaga na Allah na gaga sutura.
Jigeni Gambia.
Gambian women.
Ati Gambia garu.
Santana yalla bima yalla joxe jigeni because yalla xamna ne suma joxon gori dara du do. Lord Yalla Joma Jigeni depuis 1994. I am grateful to the Almighty Allah for designating all the women of the Gambia to be my only supporters that are loyal, that have unflinching loyalty to me, to the country, and to their families, and to the development of this country since 1994. You see, Allah knows what He is doing. If He get me the men, we wouldn't have even completed one road in 22 years. Now I know why Allah gave me only the women and the young people.
Ati Allah na tu hibega sige agade arun kinia na leonna kayun kinia akina Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala ngaya na kentu.
What I want to tell you is
agada kebe konna agada Kenya ni
damalena laaj jigeni Basse URR yep damale mbuga laaj.
I want to ask you the women of Basse and URR.
Kateringere ati ilaha katirindiniya URR agarenchu ilaha katirindiniga ai.
Limalem dig depuis 1994 wale ma ñaari dig yo xamne def mako. I'm asking you, the women of URR. And by extension, all the Gambian women. For 1994, when we came here,
atum 1994 bi ñëwé fi
atigeli 1994 gari yéré
the first meeting there were a few people.
Meeting ben jekona def nit ñu neew ñoy fa nekkon
agada meeting bana kebe dabar yéré ay soro dan tantolli.
The welcoming was a large crowd, but the meeting was a small crowd.
Mune teru bi nit ñi bari won ay way meeting bi ñu neew ñoo fa nekkon
ati gemu ndinde keba garo ro debe kedi ba URR serengabo ka meeting la ke de masere gabe wari.
Because the prophets of doom were telling you that whoever follows these people, they will not last. They will not last even 2 weeks.
Amna ñu xamne ñu ngi taxawon di len naxatal ne len ñi su ngeen len topé duñu am sa ñaari semaine ñaari week.
Iwati ni soronda nga ne kana kama wala do kuy kagana wardo ko indari ko hilli nyana rewa bakaire.
And they fail to scare you, the women of the Gambia. If you take a retrospect from 94 to date, those prophets of doom are either dead or suffering in abject poverty. You know them, and I know them too.
Kagana hay gabewa kundi yogunu kara yogunu waire iranta har takutuni medalenki kotanga.
All those who said we will not last 3 weeks also didn't see the third year of my governance. Those who said we will not have 6 months, they didn't live for 4 years to witness my. Those who said, oh, maybe 8 months, these boys would go, they are alive and they are as poor as a church mouse. They are suffering, nothing is good for them, because when you don't wish us well, Allah decided that I will lead this country. Who are you to say I will not lead this country? That is why they are suffering.
ñooñu gi fekkewuñ sax suma ñetti weeri nguur yaa ñi nga xam ne waxoon nañ ne ñii duñ fi am sax ay juróom-benni weer wala lu ko weesu ñooñu fi mu nekk ni ñii fekkewuñ ko ñenn ñi nga xam ne nii waxoon nañ loolu te nekk fi benn tey ñu ngi des ñàkka ni janax joo xam ne nii mu ngi dëkk ci cooj
ko benu gati kuntaare ko sikki ñaana yere akasu sikki makku ñeere yogo nun daire kunta birene agata kubenu kanyi ga birene inta hohodi ibire mo gondi tampi empalle e ko daga na kane woni kemi duriti.
Those who died early were lucky.
mu ne ñi génn àddina teel a génn àddina ñooñu am nañ wërsëg ñoom ñu dem.
kubenu ga joba kaduna ke dire kunda wa daga gore gita.
Those who followed them were lucky.
ñi toppa ci ñooñu itam am nañ wërsëg ñoom itam.
Those who are still alive, they are the unluckiest ones.
ñi ko fekkee ni la fi mu nekk nii ñooñu nag ñoom ñoo ci gën a fande.
Why?
lu waral loolu.
Nothing is more painful.
dara gënuta métti.
You hate a person.
nga bañ nit ki.
All what you wish for him is death.
lépp loo ko éneewoon mooy pour mu dee.
Failure and humiliation. Dara gën tam métti. nga bañ nit. éneeloo ko lu baax. yaa nga gis fu moo amee gàcce fu moo daanuwee oo dee because loolu lañu gaay éneewoon.
anambara serenga maho ngania dangani anankara manankenu magara hohodi anamfela magara kane anke nganni Kenya
nga dunda nga gis 22 years mu ngi nekk ci kanam rek loolu punishment boo xam ne yàlla rek a ko mun. That is the most painful part. You hate somebody, you don't wish him well, and you wish he goes away quickly, and what happens? You live for 22 years, the guy is going up and up, and you are going down, down. That's the worst punishment for a human being. Because when you hate somebody, you don't want him to prosper, and every day he's prospering, and you are going down the drain. There's nothing more painful, especially for 22 years. That is why I said, all those who are alive, they are in hell, because they don't want to see me, and they will see me for the next 1 million years. There's nothing they can do.
li gën a métti nga bañ nit ki di ko bañ guddi ak bëccëg lu toll ci ñaar fukki at ak ñaar yaa ngi ko bañ éneewuloo ko jàmm éneewuloo ko lu baax kooku mu ngee gën di dem kanam rek di dem ca kanam rek yow nga dellu te li gën a moo ne li nga ma gën a bañee yow li nga ma fi gis ay téeméeri at yoo xam ne nii doo ci mun dara métti boobu dara gënu ko métti bokk yi
tampilolo sino hilli ambara serenga sine su anna walla ga daga na kane anta daga na halle anken pay pirene kebedi kenyani tampienga ado tora wala ambara serenga ana alla ma ga daga ne kane hakunkunda ho walla ga ya gendi tampie halle alla nda kenya ngadangani.
I remember
mange fatale ko
in 1995
ci atum 1995
isime 1995
That was our second visit to URR.
Bobu mo nekkon su ñaareli ñew ci URR.
Ñana tanu hilli na li hay suronku URR yere.
Who can remember what I promised you, the Gambia women, from this first visit to in 1994 to the second visit in 1995? If you remember 5, I promise you more than 5 things. But anybody who can remember 5 major things that I promised you, you come forward. And out of the 5, tell me which one has not been fulfilled.
Kana muna fatale ku 1994 1995 ñaari at yu fi ñewon juromi yef yo xamne ni taxawon na fi basse diglen ko kana muna fatale ku lolu ku ci muna fatale ku lolu te ci jurom yoy len liñ len digon ken def ko ga wax ko fi
1994 1995 sino ku hilli be agari kuñinde ngayre ada lahidum kini bason ko ma hilu kalagi ko gnadi serebe haklenga simmene kumpinu kalagi angara wa sikya kanera anni konada anda kedo ke ko ado anda manimenya mandi sunyaba.
You look like a fuller lady. Come forward.
Serebe ga lahirini li gelangatu hinuku kalagi.
But before you answer, how old were you in 1994?
Mune balanga to dulu ñata at ga amon bala 1994.
What year are you born? No, that 1996. 1986. How old were you in 94? The first question is, what was the color of the dress I was wearing?
Limle la ñeka laaj modi mbuba bim solon ban couleur la.
Agada drokebero ni mani kola ndambeni.
Okay.
Uniform nga sol ak red beret.
Ban primary school nga nekon ak ban class?
Man Saint Joseph.
Ban class nga nekon?
maa ngi woon grade 4.
Grade 4? Okay, can you remember the name of your headmaster?
Yes.
Yes?
Tres Bajan.
Tres? There's nothing like Tres.
Yes, Miss Bajan.
I know Miss Bajan, but what is the name?
You normally call her Miss Bajan.
Miss Bajan. She's still Miss Bajan?
Tres Bajan.
Good. So you were in primary 3?
Primary 4.
Now you changed from 3 to 4.
No, I said 4.
Okay, you were born in 1986.
Yes.
And you were supposed to have 7 years before you go to school. So 86 plus 7 is how many years?
86 plus 7.
What was it in 1993? So how come you jumped from primary 1, which would be 93, 94, to primary 4 in 1994? You must be a genius, right?
Daddy, I'm right.
No, my daughter will not fool me. So
Daddy, I'm not fooling you, Daddy.
Okay, good. So now tell me just 5, because I know at that time there were 42 things that were urgently needed in this place. And I told the Gambian women then, because they were the bravest, up to today you are the bravest, and I told them that there will come a time when I stand before you and you cannot have more than 5 complaints, and this is what happened today.
Limlena wani modi jamono jojalan tawat biñu amone kera rek degona lu tol ci ñen fukki tawat ak ñaar mu wax leen tamit boba ne dina ami jamono bes dina jot dina taxawé pour lepp lu ngeen ma bugal laaj du ngeen ko mëna té am té ci jamono joju lañ tollu fi
ati kempakati tannagate don nagato haju kada kenya ko ye ganka kade mana kebe dati da ondamugo ka ko tabarne nari sigere kan tentini ni kumpinui.
After we left, Iblis uncles in human form told you, you people have no sense, you are not even intelligent. What Jara couldn't do in 30 years, you expect these small soldier boys to do it. Today, I raise my hand because I don't worship any human being. I don't worship any Western power. I don't kneel down before anybody except my mom and the Almighty. So now, can you tell me only 5 out of 42?
Yes. Agriculture, hospitals.
What did they say about the hospitals?
Lack of medicines.
doctors, ambulance, schools.
But you got some of them wrong, correct. But I'm asking for 5, and what you name so far, I'll let 3. Yes? Are you a Fula?
No, I am a Jahanka.
What's the difference?
I'm not a Fula. I'm a Jola, I'm not a Fula.
You are a Jahanka?
Fulas are my slave.
Okay, you are a Jahanka?
Yes.
Yes. You are supposed to answer a question. Yes?
Yeah, the 5 things that I can remember.
No, now you should remember 7 because he started with 5.
Well, I can remember only 5, I think.
How old were you?
Then I completed my secondary school.
Oh, you are very young, eh? So you are about what, 42 years?
I am 39 years this May.
Yes, tell me 5, different from what she said.
The reason why I mentioned education is then farmers were unable to send their girls' child to school because of school fees. They were saying that school fees was too high on them, and the feeding of the family was also expensive on them. So those were the complaints that they make to you.
So how come did you go to school?
Pardon?
Oh yes, you heard me. Okay, continue. She said something very important.
Number 2, that's the Basse Soma road. Then we have a very bad condition. And you also promised to
you know why the road was at that stage like that? Because Fullers are acrobats, gymnasts, and so in order to perfect your gymnastics, that was why the road was like that. Continue.
Number 3, that's health.
Yes.
Then Basse was a health center.
Was it a dispensary or a health center?
It was a health center then. To have referrals to Banjul, if you have serious complication cases, that they should refer to Bansang or Banjul. At times it costs them a lot. And they also complain to you to help them to improve the health condition of Basse. Number 4, that's farming. Women also complain to you that they would like to farm, but they don't have farming materials. That's tractor and others. And you always also promise them that you will provide tractors for them, and which you did. And the 5th one is market. Market or a garage? Market.
Okay, market, yeah.
Then Basse, the market was not that much to standard. It was very difficult for women to sell their commodities. So, and they also lodged that complaint to you, and which you did. Today, Basse market is up to standard, I can see.
Now, out of the ones that you can remember, that you have remembered, which one has not been fulfilled?
Everything is fulfilled now. There is no one left behind.
Thank you. Come forward. And my other daughter. Yes, the first daughter who spoke. Can you come forward? The 2 of you. Yes. But now, I want somebody to come and tell me what promise has not been fulfilled. Nobody. Okay. You see? I am not wrong by praising women. Because there are a lot of men here, you cannot even remember what was said at the beginning.
Ati ima sankode igaya arukuti gana webi hari igubani nanda kitenere hibega rawati ni dangani anda kedo ke promise angadanya.
They told you that what Jawara, in fact they said what the colonialists couldn't do in 400 years, Jawara couldn't do it in 31 years. How is it possible that these young soldiers can do it? They say they believe in the West and the white man. I believe in the Almighty Allah. And that is why I was able. What I did in 21 years, the British could not do in 400 years. Jawara could not do in 30 years.
notoon ñu ñenenti téeméeri at luñ mënut a liggéey nguuri ja war a ñëw fanweeri at ak dara mënuñ ko fee def ñii soldaar yu ndaw yi leen ñëw di leen waxi picca di leen nax fii luñ mën a def ci at yi ma toog ci nguur gi fii ñenenti téeméeri ati tubaab yi ak fanweeri at ak benn bi fi nguur gi fi nekkoon di nguuri Jawara defuñ ko fi
ati iga giriere sorongiri nan taga dangani British nu tuwabu nu kumale ndere kamona gati sine iga kodi kebe dabarni dawara riere adi governmenti tanji kesine iga kodi hibe dabarni ere ku sordasu nalli sasa kunanti kulla kenda barni iranta dabarni hadi gallinga nyako na gada tam
ku olu bopam ne dafa refete wa basela o why you are bugana 5 ñu ñew wa suma doom yi bokkuñ ci
rewbe yodube tati
volunteers
waaw ñu joge URR
nabe jalten gare
okay kailen ko nga yena volunteer kailen basen ko Albert Sabatiri Njang okay can I have 7 from my entourage those in Kombo
juróom ñaari jigéen ñu ànda moom ci toobi
agana lo di wakilen ali jaso mix len lima le waxoon
nga min faale nu
agala hibe ko na wadangani
now
mu ne léegi
ako say
who can remember what I said about in 5 to 10 years in 1994 in 5 to 10 years that somebody would not recognize the difference lan la waxoon ne in 1994 ma ne fii jamono dina jot diggante Kombo ak dex gi no du yuwara dama ne ku jóg jigéen foo mun di jógee lan la waxoon yes
am na ko ekatil xol
ah jigéen bu jógee Banjul ak bu jógee si Kombo
iko Kombo musolo ani mbase musolo nte bola nyoto
ngo ani mafo base don ko
Gambia musolo
même bota fo koyna ani même bota nan kato ni Banjul lumbe si la si bendu lato
ite bola nyoto
munat na nga fonu at that time munat na nga fonu
me anna yofo o taimo ani sai woli manke kilindi bi musolu tel mbete mbomen
wotumo muneketa munati na nga fo
bata
nyadi
bata jawjawolum mbe batarin turo mbe batarin jibio dimbaya dokuo dimbaya karambunjo iskulo mbe turo mbe tabiro mbe jibio la mbe paratirol nteli Kombo musolu wol bu ko oke bari bi mbe tembo mento
ani de o ma ndey kumba foba ade you are 5 months
assalamu alaikum
wa alaikum salam yes yalo telefa wanyani ko day kumba te makirota
jamana yanu regenya jamana yanu regenya sekati fonyi di Kombo
interpret
uji kerja uji kerja panu mani
le ko maninga
yo wo jamana e katay mo men foten ni ajibe kalon ne membota Kombo ani membota fonyi
e kalon nyadil
te fa nga o soto ni le turo iko turo kile fo ibalo ibuloli e jakar mol ka tenkulo tu mol ka nyosuro ke lo nyino fengo feng bar sañ alhamdulillah rabbil alamin
bare sañ ada albe men ka turo ke dol bija ka turo ke bare te balon na nyaadi ka jube ni man bulodi mo la balon na nyaadi
hani ibalo na nyame dalon turo sañ amal sembo soto ko tumu
nda balon na nyaadi
ibalo na wala nyama bari wotu mo men ka turo ke ika turo ke le fo la ni bulo
ni ka men ni ma etemo okay time is going
waxtu ba ngedem
moy
aka lafta min fola wolem
agala kebe kono Kenya ni
sundaje ame
ni bengo sotota
ke mengana kide
wa Kombo ak wa provinces from block down nangale na hame se yere ñoo sol sa bahut
Kombo kol kabo block da fo bolko e ke sute nyaadile e la city fanol min ikadum
nga fayle ko ni ala sonta wadi be sila ni muso bota nan Kombo ani membota fonyi o minto Gambia kono ital sute no la jimale bota Kombo ani jimale
ati hakati ngarini
an nga fayle ko mbe Gambia muso be ke la diri enquête be kanyang membota Kombo ani mbe ali ngena tawala can you see any difference
mu ne ndax mu gën a gis ben ute ci ñi
They are wearing quality clothes.
Ibe sitifani dendika kendele du yere yu baax lañ sol.
Suda iran sire ñarondi
ala promission ñu ne du am.
Ngallahi du ñu ne la ekate nola te so.
Allah di kay taranta ñana adanya.
Time bi tamit amona time bobu.
Ako wato la fana wato so do non.
Kati kembere.
Jigen so gisee fukki jigen juroom ñaar yeb ñu ngi yaakaar lu ñoo dundé seen mbokk bi nekk kombo di liggéey ci government.
Ne musu tanje e ka jike minna wala moy baade o membe do ko wala kombo pour yela balwo soto.
Ya ru tamme ngana hada su jiken ni ismare mu ñade kombo hibenu ge birani nere.
Tay lolu amut.
Bi wo mang soto.
Sasa kentadi.
My daughter, if I talk about her, that she will start crying. That is why I'm careful. Why ki papam?
Ako nying kamara kontongo nyinga fama.
From 1994 be diko yalla di gene ci aduna bes bu nek lu nek lañ ko wax why daf ñu support all the way. You know, look at this foolish old man. You have nothing to do but follow these boys, and he said he stuck his neck out and said, these boys will succeed whether you like it or not, and I will follow them until I die. And this is what our father did.
Kini kamera bi ni ngeen gis ni mu taxaw papaam dem si Yàlla si Alaaji Banta kamera ñëpp xam nañ ko mag la woon kilifa la woon ci tuddaw fii lu nekk lañ ko wax di ko xas naan ko mag mu ñàkk fayda bi na ma yàlla balal yaa ngee toppa xale yu ndaw yi ñii nga xam ne ni seen nguur gi du am ëllëg ak sibit mu ne leen ñii dinaa leen toppa tey ba ëllëg ba fu ma mujjee nekk ñii ñooy amee réew mi
ke habane alay bantay be suga himbe tuyere 1994 na lawra sa kembire sorona habe ke kana e narogo nan tanke nyana wala da kule bunu batenga iranta hoda iranta jamane ke wultu man lawar len ki kotanga ke nyanda ke sar Duna kiunga benyane.
Yes, they even threatened him that he will be the first one they hang if Jawara came back. Then koda wane mom la ñu jëkkaare su Jawara di ñëw mu ne ana Jawara ñi bala ko mu ñëw waaye Jawara fii kota kate kela ando ay même fo wala keta mooy ñanta dankini Yàlla
nit dafa war a gëm Yàlla
every time that we came here he'll be running up and down and other people as well
saa yuñ fi ñëwaan papaam daf daan daw fii guddi ak bëccëg ak ñeneen sa
a ganade qarshuere ahaba lay banda wurna wurondo ke akendangani
Yàlla ko Yàlla fay moom luñ ñu jox
ala mala ya jo
elli alla na tuga golli surunda nyam gollu suruga ko aga hibenu nya jamane dangani.
This is one person I would never forget in the history of the struggle.
Koku kenala ci kuma dun mos di fatte ci suma jamono nguur gi ci biñ taxawé
alay bantani bane ay aganta mugunu kebe ga da dema gelli tin xotam bire magane ono.
In fact, in Basse, she was my first daughter.
Mo ne ci Basse bi mon jakona nekk doomam bu jigéen fii
Basere kia nyari mbalanga erei.
Though I remember she was very young, but she used to follow her dad.
Mango fatale bobu mu ngi ndaw waaye daf daan toppa papaam.
Hakle nga daro ken ka kembira ni wala da haba batenye.
Tey
ako bi
ati lenki
nga faale ko
mu ne waxoon naa leen ne
ko na ala nanti
ngamira sarahule muso membe futuri fuloya ako alapta electricity 72 hours
abisoni ga kebe ya kintenga hulungara tila electricity nga 72 hours
but what me mba fola ko
mune
kurango be sotola jang hani ya jame nata o amanna albe kurango sotola wotumo jawra be nala wotumo le jisi kana ka kurango fix abe kodi la dro kurango te sotola oni ko election yalon ko yalon dafa kundan ko le jang kandidi num bake isaje ko electricity soto iba fola view jawra rek o iko view somebody kurango wotumo le albe so fola kurango la b it's not perfect kurango man perfect anywhere in the world but al kaso do nyame b nunto al bukaso
tonya
ati
am I right
yere kaga kurangi sana mo be lenki ado daru intabana ati duna no kusu kurampi amaneo ka keda kenjamano jawra gana irinire jiusi nari na kurankum agani halle koida kuranga daga tempa ikay magana di sinetana ati nasara allai kurangar nikitere ane antanya 72 hours bane anyini ayre alla kana dunge.
I know the day has been long or the night has been long.
Yalon ko sa en sokuta
atina sasa urollo
alka kuma me wosi jawo
mune higen don tawar fi
kaga hibe wunu ede de o make akitaire
ali alon ne ko woman test balisino
lolu day terewul ma nelew
agara to kemmi ke kaba kan kana urondi
alkana pisali
mune bulen chalit
ama hisali
lala hakilo ba kan watu men amba falangan kali alal
president ne su ngeen fatale ko bi ma wa dama don genci yalla
anu fana
ko konno kawatu kuneti Allah yi
anu wotuma fanan kalta ala ko ni ala sonta al mbelola jang altemen albenyin kala menata tambila kululula
te loy tamba waxon dane bi ma taxaw ne wat bes dina jot dina taxaw ci seen kanam fi ci mbasse lu ngeen ma tawatal lu neew la doon du passé juróomi mbir
akune nantiga haqqatu wakine gana sigi basere kagi nyaga na himbe anta dangeni hinu karagi gai
mbe mitino kum fala minto de la même kumayata beti
fi ma jeexale ndaje bi mooy fi gën a am solo yëpp
diga mitine ke ñamana nokobe Kenya importante ni step jaman sudangani
basenkol Gambia mol
wa base wa Gambia
ati basenko Gambianko
momo me fanse alama yetubi alama inyanta kala yetubi ye alamuta ye ke ye dino ke sonno moto ye kuriya bondije
képp ku jébbalu delloo sa bopp ci yàlla na nga fexe nga jébbalu tuub jublu ci yàlla
silame sugadi annan qawannan tuubi alla dangani anna silama gullan condo mendi anna buroendo no dum burawo ndo nganya budunta ko bagandan condo mendi anna sawnanti alla ni banay
mo ye melon ko alale ba sonno moto toujours ay limania soto wo mobuka kamfajuna wo mobuka hasidiya wo mobuka jawya aka mobele kanu bayri ni ala be la sondo mo kono ikalo ko ala meda wole mo fana dada ite mo konna because fulolem fo mandin kolem ni ko be mo konna amaka adaji ko wolatina ya kom because of sio abota mento ite mu kafirolt
nit koo xam ne ni yàlla day moo sox ci xolam mu ragal yàlla dafa nekk nit koo xam ne ni ku laabiir lay doon ku dul mer ku jublu ci yàlla ku ragal yàlla kooku du xam ne dafa xaajarle lii du xaajarle nit ak morom ka dafa nekk nit koo xam ne nii nit ku jublaa doon nit ku mandu kooku amul benn xaajarle ak senale léppalum gis léppalum déggalum gi dina xam ne yàlla mi buur di borom bi moo ko sàkkat
kebe gan islam en posirenga dina nga sondo mendi Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala na sondo mendi asaguntenga Allah urondo kie kenta ke haini nanti keni jola nyai keni sonin kenyai keni malin kenyai ma hulle nyani ma malin kenyai kenga hibe walla Allah no sutaga hara ganai ballanga ballantanga anji kunya jikubure banga da koyai khanta ballanga nan tangiri ke kabila do ke kabila adi silamen hakan ahosire kena silamen sunyana bane ai antai bakamedi al silamen sunni kachibane ai
jawya
mune soxorante soxor wala bon
buragu
kamo ko amam fenke
di bañ nit te deful la dara
anna seren ko ne ama ho nyanga
ntol hada badigo ka kuriya jawyandi nyame saya fana be siala wala nyama ntele nga nyinku mo faale ngalo ne munat na ngafo
ñun doom adama yi ni ñoo bonante di soxorante ci suñ biir noonu la déegi itam di gaawee di bari ci suñ biir man
nan ya burtun taagu manyan taagu aga gabono mo be kalle ki aga gabono kundu nyai kellanta bayni wadi kenta wa nyaw me na auto islamenu nyai
kon kana foko
kon buñ wax ne
o magati
ha anta sala anta mo dindingoti nin kato da wot mo lembe salokina
ne man de xale laar duma jaamu yàlla wala duma julli suma magee laa julli wala jaamu yàlla
geni lemine nyai nda salli ni ngana akhir sago ni nga Allah bata
bare man kumata beti
waaye li ci gën a am solo yépp
hibega da imengire nan koda suyi
membel tolbe ta hande aben tolbe na fala
ñun ñëpp li ñoo noppal li ñoo jëriñ
hibego surtout mandini obre no gondi
nga tube alama nga ke muslima hakanoti nga kuriyani jawya bondin sondo moto wala ben tankandila
president nañu tuub jublu ci yalla nek ben ndey ben bay lol mo ñoo texelo lol mo ñoo yobu
wonan tuubi na du sag Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala na tuindi wo suwani bane o suni adama nyai wona mekanu wona kati dome wona buragundo nga nyaburunta ko ngara menaga
ninga sembo sotonu
mune suma amon doole
igana semben kita
mote fala
kendu de
adi serenta kala
al d'accord ta wala bang
lolu ndax d'accord gen ci
ma d'accord ke nga ba
yes or no
de
wala ma hani
ha kon monte duna arjana bi ko ni man fayte tala arjana
adi jengana
kon kendu duga arjana de gana wala nga duga arjana fo gande
antaron
but
wante
limale ene may
ngal ngan yaminna wole mo
ibe ngania
ku nekk nga dunda ay at yu bare so de nga dem arjana
momo yebbalu san janna ni fata yeta arjana
resu annan bire sina gabe angana karaga annan daga arjana kenya ni ngane na kenya duanga
bare hada badingo
mune way dom adama bi nak
i jaw folo men jaw yate fa fangoto
san non bi nga xamne ni mo bon ci yow
kebe ga an konne kebe ga ni medi
wala ite fagola sondomo
modi yow sa kene wala sa xol
kenya la ñi me sondome ke sondome bureke yi
ni la sondomo man senia alate la sondomo kono ite i jaw fambe la jisole kono andu ite do musa kontan ci aduna bi
su fekke sa xol setut sa xol baxut nekku ci sa biir loo xam ne ni xol bu sellaga am ene bu baax yow doo mos nekk dara ci
manya anta hisre ngani na mesilame dangani ange ngani ke wala ndaga na manga kara anda kari kitana hala rakundunya ni
jigeni Gambia jërëjëf
Gambia musolu ala baraka
adi Gambia garu ganwari
because ma waxe gom yalla
ninko ka dankene alala
adi nan jago Allah yi
munna ekati sumalo po wane 98% of Gambia women are faithful Muslims
munna ensembulo wulindi ko Gambia musol de as ni kemo musidula tan konon ton sew be mu muslim
ala ki tengiri ni geli kamea gani tan segado kabu kesunu ya garu nyaay nan jago Allah ita
because
ngir
man ni ngada ko
so len nek ton julit ahan
nal man ke muslimo hakante no
kaga hedi islami hakanga
amlan iman si sen holi
alman i dankene ya sondo moto
kamali mananga uni daga sondo mendi
ni kon musu jama fantel no la jankatu dol bije ye ikemal ye bulale ikaya jamele noma dol ye bute e piasi la koto dol ye ñeneen dañ leen toroxal ñeneen dañ leen fase waaye bente bés bu ñu defee loolu si la jigéen ñi di gën a bari kon ku gëm yàlla rek moo war a am iman ne waaw awma dara si lifin jox ma dara in personally waaye dëkk ba ngay dem si kanam sa doom yi ñu leen a fee ñu ngay dem school yoo xam ne ñu ngay dem si school yoo xam ne ak yi nekk Kombo ñoo em before primary school fii ak bu Kombo dafa uti
aka min fode wala ñinti ko ni muso dol bi je e batata ye bay el fotela futola dolu ni nada bengoto fa se bute dol se yankan kati se bata bari mawo be jube ye dankene yañin soto ka president no maka fasa ala yirwa tun ko nyinkan ka to nyinaje ko yirwa nyinga me wulu tonya ni sa foko imam fendina je mam fen soto je bari tonya fengo bi je le min soto ka to jama badingol bi je karamungol bi je masakunda e minuke l'hôpital to nunto ngalone karango tembo be nyamin hani primary fojang ani primary fojana a fatam fanso min be tema
atangana hay ida iganati APRC ida ko yogonu wara ken sababuda yogonu gana daga mitilla ngai ganadi ni katu yogonu wadi kunkinanu di tampindi ni wara nanti kesu iga wala do APRC mitingando pati ke batenga na government ke support kesu limananga nga kasondo mendi kasauntenga Allah kada warda kana hanga yo kama nimisi inate kanta hokitana kada hokita school num pagari yaganu suga karanga sarana ndanchara anta school tugana le nyagale ndagani lenki hi gabe kendi me kenya nyana jamane kedi wallahi idalla tigati gambe yagarunga tasawde nyana allai
kon
ako woto
jigen bu daj coono si affaire yi yàlla defal la coono boobu mu nekk baanee sona bi nga sona yëpp yàlla defal la ko baanee fii mu fay leen ko aljana parce que li ngeen def ku gëm yàlla rek moo ko mën a def looloo tax dëkk bi yëpp mu ngi naat seen doom yi ngeen dem school ba tekki dara thanks to the Gambian women
ne leen ami
yàlla fay
ati kale nyagaru kale nyiguntugunnu ay daga na skulu nga intatugene kembire ina kornda mu nyakatana de ngalle menda skulu ndi kenta kadi facility kebe akagan kawana nyaya garundangani kana daga idi remu igana kenyana againa kapa sinesu hakabisu kenta ilene halle faje kasa untenya na allah
ama ale aljo allah lo nya nyimala ale minke bata min soto jang ala sajo alla dunia jang anin lakira anin fana alla dimbaye alla topotor ko be min yalon ko albe lori wole ko nyi kuno jang ka je ko senin samo e beta allah taala min man sabati mi mu jor man sote ala ma ala to Gambia musol jo wala alla fasar nyima kan alla ngandi sen
now for the students
ako mune legi ci students
ati legi école lemuku
boys and girls
xale yu góor yi xale yu jigéen ñi
yaxannundo yaxambanu
follow the footsteps of your mothers, then you will not go into the jungle. Follow the footsteps of your fathers, you will end up in the jungle.
Mune gen topa sen tanki yayi du ngeen réer gen topa sen tanki bay na nekk naka sidut noonu
now awardo agamanu tabating kanta sankono kaga na wala ga habanu tabatenga kedaga yana kentu.
You know how much your mothers are suffering to provide everything that you need to go to school and also to live well at your house.
Xam ngeen seen yaay coono bi ñoo daj pour toppatoo seen school si ak itam ci kër gi pour toppatoo leen.
Kamanu ga hoho tampiye kaga daga na school ni mogobe ado kompeke do dimbaya ke mara mogo sao ku tampiye chu mumani Kenya.
If you disrespect them or hurt them or disobey them, you will not live long. You can live long, but you are still dead, because if you are living in torment all the time, because if you make your mothers cry, you will not laugh in this world. And I think to die is better than being sad all the time, because our mothers have suffered for us. Respect them, help them, honor them, and you will be honored by the Almighty Allah.
Mune nangen respect sen yayi gen topa sen yayi bulen len joylo bulen len merlo su ngeen len joylo merlo len yeen itam du len jeg du bax ci yeen mun ngeen a gudda fan sax waaye du ngeen am banex bu nga xamne ni mom ngeen di wara soxla kon nak sen yayi nang len normal gen respect len topalen
atimma kasaro ne garu kani daro kana wardi tabatenga kani yamar yellaga wallahi ati lemme anga mamma daronda ma rogo amma hakinkinai alla ga mande manta uyukitana anga na uyukitaka ando manimbirene tampiye anta gari kitana wala mamma daro sarana anni daronoa anni mama anni la himpintu adiga barakebe kaga na kenda barsu kana duna gida ana la kita
Fimata jes ma wax bi moy
benna ku mo soro na damen
igidi amenga la ko be kenyani
before su ñëwé fi dañ de su ñëwé fi si lañ de wañan ñoo jël force ci welcoming
nim futata jande ka fo bendu ndiro la karola ka president o bondung jumale fosta
agana kijere trindi ndenga gabono siri nanti na president jemundi na kinyandi de bendi konuna fosi mutu adiga menga gabono siri
sumati gante yalla
ntemo ning ala
ikedo ala na ga teringede
ñan ñoo jël force
jumal le fosta
adi konunda fosi mutu gemundi nde na mukenge mundi
ñan ñoo jël force yeen
jumal le fosta
adi konunda fosi mutu
you are why
munati na ale ofo
why manin sigara kenko
fudega bi neka moy
ako toñaɓe ɗamin
ati to nga nogube
in terms of welcoming
ci walli tertu
ati gemundinde
in terms of number of people
agitam nit ñi génna
ado serenga boye
in terms of the numbers of people URR is force
ci walli nit ñi génna
URR anda force
ci walli nit ñi génna URR yena jël force
ati URR anda force ngutu
but in terms of variety
waaye nag
CRR is force
CRR nag ñoo raw su ne variété mooy yu bokkul façon
yo aga mo ko kunta bana kunyanda force ngutu kendi
because CRR URR
CRR
ken xamul ñaata fas ñoo fi nekkoon
wo ma long su jëlee ni wala findita kam bendo
ma do sinu manimeni
ñaata riders ñoo fa nekkoon
ani fana motorcycle jëlle fi
ma do ga rider nu manimen mboguno
wa affaire rider URR ñena jël force waay
bare motorcycle la bendu ndoko la URR le force ta mune wasa
ati URR ga anda force ngutu rider nu ngemu ndindenga
fi rek la gis rider boo ne jigéen moo ko dawal ci biir crowd boobu o ñu ngi eb jigéen boobu URR jël ngeen force affaire rider
URR ale force ta masima la karola kadu masima borindo kadu ngaaje jandama la musoka masima borinde a ñom musu selandi ebe kafo kono ebe benduna ebe motorcycle
ta URR ida hay yiranda force ngutu rider ngurundi ndendi na sakumani kama ya garen na urundi ya garen ni me ya garen setundi adana daga ke ka hono gondi ken sabu danga URR anda force ngutu
but in terms of passage tamit CRR ñoo jël force
bari suwol la karola ko kam bendu CRR le force
sinun karanga CRR anda force ngutu kendi
so far
follow wala be wala keta
ati hinani kenyanya
URR is ahead of all regions so far by 80 points.
Regional CRR le be ñaato 80 points tansay bendu ndiro la
yere hinanda fosu muto gemundinde
kon CRR URR
woto badi URR ngolo
ati URR
all the time na de fade de wa CRR URR because ñaari fofu yep suma de kala
kadu neaje dun ka fo CRR URR ñun dula
fulo be hilli no ko konno URR CRR ku debu hilli suni i debe ñay
danga ma kontaan no yalla la yalla kontaan
amin alien kontaan de alien kontaan de alama ala yal sewonde
su fekkee ne historical records
ni nga tariko jibe
o gana daga history ne oda tariko ku hayi
from 94 to date URR ñoo de jël force welcoming
kabo 94 kana ñi na bendu ndiro la karola URR wala ka force
94 na lawra iriga URR anda force ngutuge mundindenga
kabo nan block
commencé ko bloc
na jopa bloc
for the past 22 years URR is always force
dembe koy na ñaar fukki at ñaar yeb URR ñoo de jël force
sine bana URR na force ngutuge mundindenga
bala nga men faale wo fanate bayla ni ala sontambe jankela capitaloti e melon ko ni nata jay lapta ka
waaye li ma leen waxoon loolu deñ mug ne su neexee yàlla fii dinaa ko def capital be ku fi duga doo fi bugate génna
igana hibe konara agada anta bayni URR iwayri nyana capitalinga angana giri banjuna ngadi yereyi anta dugane yillene banjunu yere siro emma
be pare bu neexee yàlla
adu ni ala sonta fana
alla gana dunge
last year man male waxoon nañ bil bridge bi
seru ndele kale ne ko ñing salo ñim ba bridge la le
anda ko last year ke bridge ge na salana
te dama jëñ waaye dama ne bu neexee yàlla
adun kalital nun ko ni ala sonta
akune nanti alla gana dunge
li ma am pour wax leen mooy
ngam min soto pour ka fale wala
hibe ko na gada Kenya ni
man affaire politique affaire carte bi sànni élection loolu indiwuma yàlla moo ma def si toogu bi kan mënu si dara
carte fay kuwo politique kuwo wo mante sambanang Allahu taala wolente sindi ñin sirankan momam fennoje
atina carte se dempi kemmi keriti yere ike gari kebe gasugula hinundu agan ko hibe dabarna gada ti Allah kenyandi kinyade ka kartam pihe Allah ndi ke tagun ser surata houtima
Allah salo si ban by this time abe nyanta balnanu
sen salabi ni ko jamono ji waron na jeex
adi sala ken kawani me ake time
wa xam nga yéen naa de wane he karim soo laajee kii naka la mel ñu ne he kooku tubaab la ku baax la tubaab nga ne ku baax la tubaab yi daf ñu bëggoon a weexa ma gis ne li ñoo wax dëgg nekku si xam nga dañ foog ne nit ñi ñu li dañ dof lota ma cancel project ka ko ki an ko le ka fo he mo fin tubabo tubabo ma ñon soto
ne tubabo amul
tubabo ñom mo kurungo añon tapale añon wuliya mo aman soto ñin dunya tubabo la ta kan tol ñaaku ñen dulato aga fo ha 6 months makelal and all charge menna in sisali plug 2 bridges sibo fenkenole a miran tol kuma fenke kabiri nata nga drawing be keskisi nga nyene nga ko sai material membetala je ila price je how did you come to this amount of money am I explain na ka fanya oh no you know this is preliminary nga ko no I didn't want a preliminary cost I want an original cost. We almost signed the contract but when I scrutinized the contract I realized that this white man was trying to rip us off and that is why you don't have the bridge. It's Allah's will, but I also not want to be ripped off. That is why you don't have the bridge. But we will have the bridge by the grace of the Almighty Allah. Man proposes, Allah disposes. But the bridge, by the grace of the Almighty Allah, you will have it sooner or later, but not beyond 2017. I'm not saying for the election. Do I care about elections? I don't. Because Allah put me here, only Allah can decide my fate, nobody else.
No. Gada mugaga kebe ko gada contract ke kini tuwabu nu benu gari na ke no ko ke bridinda salanda bari gadi charge kasi kebe agada kempai ado material kebe ga ko ronononga agadi tirindi kenga ikoli hokon na da kebe senengani aga ilahiya na golle sirenda bara gadangani ana anta dallana ka gada tuwabu nda simma atambinnen ta hotu ikumbani ana hotu so Kenya ni yogonwaere igati ni ti hatambinin tubabu he tubabu nyasire na ti masiro manya inone nenea ka alla gana dunge bridike ina dabarnia ne tinto ala to wa dabarne 2017 sado kenga kinyene ina dabarnia ima ko gana di carte se dembiane
mune su nexe yalla bridge bi dinañ ko liggéey su ci yalla ande fi be 2017 moy dewen inshallah taala liko waral modi ne tuba bi nga xamne ni mom lañ waxtanon pour mu defar bridge bi lim caajoon xaalis bi nga xamne loolu la waxone moko liggéey dafa fogné ñun suñ bopay dafa teju ñun ay dof lañ xamul li ñoo def bam waxé price bi bama gisé né price bobu le mun na ci sampa yenen bridge man laaj ko lim bi nga indi nii pour dépasse bi naka nga amee mu nekk di wax waxi kayal yoo xam ne nii mënut a wax lana tax mu caaj ale jooju leen li nga xam ne ni moom la laaj waaye su neexee yàlla mu ne doomu adama bi day méwetam la am waaye yàlla mooy motal waaye incha allahu taala su neexee yàlla bridge bi nañ ko liggéey politique taxul may wax lii ngir man politique indiwul ma fi liggéey réew moom ma fi indi te yàlla moo ma fi taaj kenn mënu ci dara.
lan moo xew ba tubaab bi ñëw.
ako mu nekkata fotuma bona alafta ñaaku la jang
ati mani ñama tubabu ngari na lawo ya ko ñakeni
to ñaabe dame
mu ne lii dëgg gi
to ngunga no ko be
janjambure bridge
mu ne bridge janjambure bi makati
janjambure bridge makati
yentol busul je baake ñaaku ko jiola
mu ne foofu de dañu fa selemal trop dañu fa busulu
ati nonga tongu sapinji ya ko ñankati kenyai
bara kabira banta
waaye bam pare bala moo pare
daga pare ni
men yentol ñaako nga faale ko brijobe yalla dame itete tarala je wobe tarala loptano to an hani bi billahi wala talay abe loptano to
mu ne keñu sel malon waxon naa ko ne bridge bi bala moo pare yow dina la fekk lo ko nga lopitaan
atada nga ne bridge kenda ñeme nan ken jondi ati aga kune aga harsa kenyi go sa lopitane ni harsa ko sana
mané ko halis bo am fi yeb ngay ko lopitan nga ko living be bes bo de halis bi do ko enjoy di nga fe lopitan be su yage do am lo di nga rafle waye halis bi do ko enjoy be leji mu ngay fe lopitan France
nga min fayno wala mi ko yennene nyim birijo ko do min to be ba bekela lopitan jolde janni be duniya to la hani bi abe jararo la lopitan to aman kende ya
agadi nene na gasi gabe kebe udima ga biriji ke hindi atada ngana na kesu na sahare nyai allanta sahana paskando nene amma kanu hakenga harsa wasa kalopitani
ala assistant
mu ne ki topon ci mom
adi kebe ga da batenga
He don't appear like Momo the honest person. He was pretending to be an honest man.
Momi yalon ko wole ba feka afanke kono atele mo tilingote.
Kebe gara dunya ko yani sere telegontenga.
Koku mo indi tubabi warona defar ki defar cost bi fi.
Wole tubabo na minu nyanta indulade dala no.
Kenya la tubabu no lide kadi ga hibenu ga tebri ji dabarni.
Bi ma gisee ne tubaab bi dafa inflate price bi.
Kabri ngaje ko tubabo ñing addañing aya selendile.
Tubaab keke da price ke segendi.
Te time boobu moo noonu wax ne tubaab bu baax la óolu naa ko def na lii ak lii ak lii.
Wo wato la ka foko wo mu tubabu kennole ta ñinne doku.
Kembiri ana gatin tubabu ke sure ñane ada ke golle ada ke golle ada ke golle.
Manako yow sa boss fu mu dem fu gën a yées foofu la dugal.
Ngay ko ite la boss tata damin dula min koleyata wote mbete dunni la wala.
Ata denga nan jambo singa na ko dun daga no ko be. Nan ke don no ko ati hebe gan ko don danonga.
Ma won ko li tubaab bi wax.
Ate ma fo tubabu e min fo.
Akem ma ko tubabu ngada hibe ko.
Bi ma ko wone li tubabu binda.
Kabri nga tubabu e min safe nga wo yitandala.
Gella gada ko tubabu ngada kebe saha.
A jube sinyana na ka fo wititi tubabu dafa dum. Li topographical error manako manduma do flow binda see words and numbers. I know what he's talking about and I followed every column.
Mune bims giset
Ngay ko ila boss be dame de la men jawyata bet je ite ni ma hakilo tu ibe danna jelto kabiru wolu ngani bi maje
depuis keral la ko genje gis mané ko so moydu sa boss liko dal fam nekal lu gëna wess fofu la bente ci la ko geya gis
ati ta ngani
dafa upp trop bam ko gisé mu ne wété ki ndeke li la bina xamna machine bi mo jum ci bi
xam ngeen ne man duma nekuma bour bo xamne dafa nax ni tammi man li bass yeen lool lay def suma deret su fekkon suma ko touré di ngeen am li ngeen bugal lu baasi aduna bi yeb na lañ ko defaral man nekuma mbuur boo xam ne dama ñëw di leen wax loo xam ne du am man lu ma mën di wax dama ko géñ bu neexee yàlla what month is this? By my next birthday we will come and spend the birthday here
inshallah
in 2017 inauguration of the bridge
inshallah
and the road by the grace of the Almighty Allah. I want to wish you all the best.
maa ngi leen a sant di leen gërëm man duma njiit bu leen di nax su neexee yàlla suma beneen baaf de déwén fii lañ ko màggale si pour ñëw ubbi bridge boobu leen ak yoon bi ne su fekkoon ne sax pour dog suma yaram génnee suma deret defal leen li gën ci yéen dinaa ko def.
ati Gambian ko a jare ni mpate ke boko hore ke nanya hoy kebe ganyani ke na handa akunna hanga ati Allah gana dunge kuneti Allah next birthday be ganya irina nya Gambia e basere ay na bridge ke ina gredi na ngoni ken kama be suna bo ken seda ire
ati Gambia yal na le yàlla fay
amiin ya rabbi
yal na le yàlla fay
amiin ya rabbi
yal na le yàlla sutura
amiin ya rabbi Allah
yal na le yàlla baneelo
amiin ya rabbi
am bane fi budul je
amiin ya rabbi Allah
yàlla fay leen
amiin ya rabbi
jannatu firdaws
amiin ya rabbi
suma xol la jógee billahi wala taala loolu la leen ene te bu neexee yàlla ku góorgóorlu di nga ko am
wasalaam jërëjëf
salaatu nabi bismillah bismillahir rahmanir rahim allahumma salli ala sayyidina allahumma salli ala sayyidina اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا ونبينا مولانا محمد وسلم تسليما والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Sidiku inao belene lesela inao belene wona belene mi azola ya makare sidiku inao belene lesela inao be mokota seleke dami razola Abu Bakar Sidiku inao.
assalamu alaikum badimulu GRTS yal konton na programme kuta kutola nge bem fara kayto kono ñim programme o mbe jiberle kala tala la loke badrami ala balwo mum be asita min tole anaye bune lafa na adoto na yato anin tarku kotol to anin na kuma famole memu korati membe talla ko be koma wala mu gambian ko la kora jalibati memu alaji mbayti adu ñim programme o abina mandiga kanto anin surwa kanto bari na lafta lon na wati jumale wala mo dimanche talantan ni kili radio ba natilale bari ñim programme o fana television o fana ba natilale adu wol fana bela wato dilale adu ngate danna o dorona nim programme o be kering be telephone bundal yellale nin kamala ko nimi hakil soto je ba mira ku soto je yow la fa programme o ni miro dum abota membulu wala mu na director general ti GRTS alhaji Momadou Sabali membe talla programme o jibela kaje ko ayta nyama wala mu alhaji Abdoulaye Gazamati director membe radio to jam nde alhaji Sadio Baro wala be sila programme o kunna
Ninya boda sanjaba ami golle suna mbay marenga Sadio Kamara ni dangan Sadio Jamban ya makulubali ya manjane
يا رب صل على رسول محمد خير خلق الله لمن تشاء تنال حق محمد خير خلق الله يا إلهي محمد خير خلق صلي على النبي محمد خير خلق الله صلي على رسول محمد خير خلق الله قال مولاه يا سيدي فأدخلوا بدار كل محمد خير خلق الله بلا عذاب ولا عقاب محمد خير خلق الله دائم جديد محمد خير خلق الله عباد الله محمد خير خلق الله يا الله يا أمة النبي محمد خير خلق الله عليكم أمة رسول محمد خير خلق الله لمن تنالون عمرتي محمد خير خلق الله دنيا وأخرى بلا اختلاف محمد خير خلق الله صلي على النبي محمد خير خلق الله يا رب صل على رسول محمد خير خلق الله يا أكرم خلقي دون خلقي محمد
Kele for a long time.
I want to thank you for this wonderful gift, which is a clear manifestation of the true friendship between the Islamic Republic of the Gambia and the People's Republic of China. Let me make it clear to you that we are genuine friends. When we say yes, it's yes. When we say no, it's no. Our friendship with your great country is based on a principle, and we want to assure you that we appreciate your friendship as you appreciate our friendship. Our friendship will last a long time. It will last the test of time.
The event was graced by the Vice President and Minister of Women's Affairs, Ajaratu Dr. Aissatou Seidi, a cross-section of cabinet ministers, members of the diplomatic community, as well as students from various schools. They took turns to congratulate the President for adding another year and prayed for God's infinite blessings on him.
We want to congratulate the President for his 51st birthday celebration, and we wish him many more to come, with love and peace.
Other students who also spoke along similar lines were those in the country on a study tour. The students were attending the birthday of a president for the first time and did not waste time to call the event a breathtaking moment.
It's a wonderful experience. It's wonderful to be around such lovely Gambians and to be part of this celebration. I wish Jammeh and the Gambians and this beautiful country a future of peace and prosperity.
He said, aha!
An on-stage comedy performance by the popular Nigerian comedian Clint the Drunk, as well as a playback musical display by the talented and lyrically charged Nyancho, stole the show. These electrifying moments brought about excitement among a multitude of celebrants and goes to indicate that everyone was out for a good time. Of added significance to the President's birthday is its coincidence with celebrations marking African Liberation Day, with both events increasingly gaining prominence here in the Gambia. Etienne Silva, GRTS News.
Her Excellency, the First Lady and Chairperson of the Operation Save the Children Foundation, Madam Zainab Jammeh, accompanied by a high-powered delegation this morning, left Banjul International Airport to attend the Pramata International Conference on Children in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The Pramata programs was founded under the auspices of the wife of the 6th Prime Minister of Malaysia, Datin Paduka Rosma Mansur, in 2007. The event, which revolves around children issues, seeks to create greater awareness and understanding on the development of young people. The initiative is also meant to impact the lives and livelihood of children, as well as shared experiences and best practices for the well-being of communities and nations. The President's mother, Aja Asombi Bojang, last night celebrated her son's birthday at her residence in Kotu. The event, as Aissatou Jatta report, was attended by members of the First Family, APRC faithfuls, friends and neighbors.
The Gambian leader, His Excellency Sheikh Professor Alhaji Dr. Yaya Jammeh Babili Mansa, clocks 51 years. Events marking the date took the form of colorful celebrations. The people of Kanifing municipality marked the day with a thrilling musical performances featuring Senegalese Mbalax Queen, Titi, and various Gambian artists. They weren't alone, as the President's mother, Aja Asombi Bojang, also organized another birthday party in honor of the President's 51st birthday. She thanked all those who celebrated the President's birthday, especially those who joined her in her Kotu residence for the mega event. The ceremony was attended by a multitude of people, including several APRC faithful. Key among them were Arajata, the Alcalo of Sukuta Kausucham, the VDC chairman of Brufut, Alhaji Bajamba Bojang, and other relatives of the First Family. All thanked the Gambian leader and prayed for the President's well-being. The Gambian leader was described by many of the speakers as a man of peace, who is willing to develop the Gambia into a city-state. They called for concerted efforts and do away with tribalism as far as national development is concerned. Reporting for Grts News, I am Aissatou Jatta.
Delegates attending the Banyan Plus 10 Youth Forum Tuesday presented their country papers and shared experiences on the implementation of the African Youth Charter at a ceremony graced by the Vice President and Minister of Women's Affairs, Ajah Dr. Aissatou Sedi. Our Buba SMCC was there and he filed in this report.
The country experiences on the African Youth Charter was one of the most interesting sessions that brought together youth leaders and policymakers to share their various countries' experiences in line with the provisions enshrined in the Charter. The session was moderated by the Deputy Minister of Youth, Sports and National Service of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Agnes Tongarero. The youth leaders took time to share their countries' experiences 10 years after the adoption of the Charter. Lina Imran at the African Youth Charter Observatory of Ethiopia suggested that member states should effectively implement the Charter for the advancement of young people in Africa.
We've heard from the presentations of the countries that the use is captured in many policy documents, but we don't know how far it has been mainstreamed for implementation. We also would like to do a needs assessment analysis that informs the development of an optional protocol to strengthen and make the provisions of the Youth Charter relevant to the challenges of the young people today and in the future, particularly focusing on the promotion of culture of peace, investment of the demographic dividend through the long-term sustainable investment on youth, to close the gender gap, support an ecosystem approach on youth development that provides seed grants for young people to succeed and sustain their business.
The Executive Director of National Youth Council of the Gambia, Lamin Dabo, highlighted the areas of interventions championed by the Gambia towards the empowerment of young people.
My presentation looked at the legal and policy frameworks. I also look at the systems and structures that support youth development in the continent, and also look at some of the best practices that I think we need to share with the rest of the continent. Because this charter is comprehensive, and the charter has addressed a lot of issues that affect the lives of young people. So from here, the agenda of ensuring that the charter is the content of the charter is comprehensively addressed continues. The Gambia has already submitted a member state item at the African Union requesting the African Union Commission to include the declaration of Banyan Plus 10 in the July AU summit, so that the presidents will have the opportunity to discuss and agree on the outcomes discussed here.
Sabe Okereke, the African Union Youth Club representative for West Africa, also had his take on this important session.
The National Youth Councils and the youth-led organizations should become implementation agents. That means there should be an enactment and legislation from national governments to make this happen. Youth organizations can no longer be made through policy like we have in some African countries.
The session served as a platform for member states to learn best practices from one another in terms of implementation of the provisions of the Charter, acceptable to accelerate youth development in the continent. Buba SMCC, GRTS.
Meanwhile, the Vice President and Minister of Women's Affairs, Ajah Dr. Aissatou Sedi, on Wednesday presided over the official closing ceremony of the Banyan Plus 10 on behalf of President Jammeh. The week-long ceremony, which brought together African youth representatives, policymakers and government agencies, wrapped up with participants committing themselves to an intergenerational dialogue among young people and their leaders. Well, I was there and this is my report.
It has been a very busy week for African youth representatives, government agencies, policymakers and implementators here. They have spent the time forging partnership, making recommendations as to the best practices possible and also paving the way forward for African youth. However, this event will not be completed without an intergenerational dialogue involving young people and their leaders. The intergenerational dialogue have awarded young people the opportunity to ask salient questions on issues, pertinent issues actually, affecting them in their socio-cultural, economic and even political lives. Questions ranging from employment, free movement of people and goods, entrepreneurship, agriculture, political participation and many more. Let's take a listen to this.
How can we help the young people of Africa here so that we can have things made in Africa, sold in Africa, made by young people of Africa?
I am asking what percentage can be given to youths to represent their fellows in the House of Parliament?
The African States Ministers of Youth, how do we make sure that we include everyone in our programs or in our activities or whatever platform we set?
What are some of the steps? I mean, decentralization, not on paper. What are some of the steps put in place to make sure some of the social amenities that are being enjoyed by those in the urban can also be enjoyed in the rural areas?
Leaders from the African countries represented here responded accordingly, and some of the answers given were very interesting, as the same rhetoric that has been said from the beginning of this conference is repeated over and over again, that young people have to take the lead. However, here are some of the answers or responses to the questions.
I will begin with agriculture. Not only because I have high passion for agriculture, but I see it as an area that has enormous potential to employ a good number of our young people. The challenges in employment, in my opinion, if agriculture is made attractive and well utilized by the young people as well, then we will address in a very significant way some of the employment challenges.
Now let me come back again to the youth sitting here. When you are given to say, for the youth, we are given to your 10 or 20 places to nominate and to vote for. Don't put Agnes Chongarero there. She's not the youth. But that is what is happening. Put the young people. Now in our parliament, we've got one full minister. We have got 7 deputy ministers. And we've got 5 ordinary parliamentarians, young people.
Leaders need to make themselves accessible, but also the young people need to be able to go to their leaders and demand results. Normally, what happens at those places, there are young people who have access to the leaders, but what if you go to those meetings, what are you asking for? Some people have one-on-one access to their leaders. Sometimes they go for their personal gains, for their personal aggrandizement. So if you have access to your leaders, why can't you carry the voice and aspiration of your constituency?
Je voudrais également profiter de cette occasion pour réaffirmer l'attachement.
In addition, the Union Sport Minister from Niger, who spoke in French, reiterated that Africa's biggest challenge or biggest problem is the lack of cooperation among member states. However, he spoke in French, and I'm going to quote and young people and the stakeholders represented here.
Chairperson, I'm certain that this forum has provided you with the opportunity, of course, to report on the implementation of the African Youth Charter, from which lessons learned and best practices identified could be shared by African governments for further progress in the successful implementation of the Charter. Sharing lessons of good practice is critical in this process. In this day and age of technology, we can surely do that. I'm equally certain that given the depth and scope of expertise, as well as the wealth of experience at your disposal, that you have been able to chart the way forward through the formulation of strategies to transform constraints and challenges indeed into opportunities.
From those remarkable advices, the hope is that young people participating here today will take the recommendations made here today back home and implement them to the letter. Reporting for GRTS News, I am Tenenjite.
The decision by leadership to open the Gambia-Senegal borders continues to earn the commendation of business community, passengers and motorists who were waiting to make it on either sides. Our farmer Kanye visited the North Bank region where the two countries share a long stretch of borders and gets us the reaction of the people.
The town of Amdalai is now open for business. After 3 months due to the border closure, business seems to be flourishing here in this border town. Seen as a business hub for both Gambians and non-Gambians, many are making headways here to earn a living. Buna Sen, a Senegalese businessman we met at the Karang Custom Post, told me how the border closure has affected his business.
When the border was closed, at times we used to come here the whole day without selling nothing. But now, since it's open, the situation has changed.
He said he is now relieved after 3 months of slow progress in business. He and his friends thanked both governments for what they called a productive decision. However, most of the people who spoke to us at the Amdalai border are foreign nationals. Aisatunjai, a Senegalese petty trader, told me that she has suffered a great loss due to the border closure, whilst Mahmoud, a Mauritanian trader, is also an affected victim. For the Gambians who spoke to us, the closure has affected both sides, but Senegalese traders and business entities seem to bear much of the pain.
The Gambians, we will consume at least 2% of all the shops, all the goods that are here. So automatically it has affected them because by putting barriers at the frontier, disallowing them to come and buy the goods to consume, has brought uncountable hardship to their own people. So they suffered more than us, as far as we can understand.
This Lumo in Fas is the first to be organized since the borders were open. There we met both Gambians and Senegalese traders as well buyers who expressed their delight over the opening of the border. During our return, we saw several Senegalese trucks parked at the Barra Banjul ferry crossing point, an indication that the Gambia is a very crucial entry point for foreign businesses. For GRCS News, I am Famara Kani.
The Forum for African Women Educationalists, Fawagam Gambia chapter, began celebrations marking Fawa Week with the laying of a foundation stone for its edifice. Fawa Week, as Lumen reports, is a moment dedicated to campaign for sustainable development of women and girls through the provision of quality and affordable education.
Adolescent girls in the Greater Banjul area are demanding that society adhere to human rights laws designed to protect and empower them. The plea was made at the celebrations of Fawe Week. The ceremony was graced by Ami Kolembai, former Director of Basic Education, who is now the Honorary Secretary, Fawe Africa.
We have a vision and we're working towards this vision. And as we all know, that helping these young girls and women reach their potentials and contribute to the elevation of their status and general well-being through education is noble but a daunting task for all institutions and individuals who take on this challenge. Fawigam continues to devote its time, resources, energies, and intellectual capacities to awaken Gambians' conscience and the world at large to the plight of the women and girls' education. And also we are not forgetting about the boys.
Fawe Week is a moment reserved to raise awareness for the need to empower women and girls. On the home front, the theme for this year's event is Fawegam stepping it up for gender equity.
First time we focused too much on one aspect of gender, but this time we want to have gender equity. Our focus now is on gender equity. This is why you can see that you have some male amongst us. They are partners in development and we cannot go in their absence. Anywhere you see a strong woman, there is a man behind her. And anywhere you see a strong man, there is a woman behind him. So this is a common saying and I believe it is very true.
Week-long celebrations began Tuesday with the march past and the laying of the foundation stone for the construction of the Fawegam chapter's edifice.
We hope next year we'll be inviting you to open our Fawe home and the home is going to be a home for boys and girls. It will be a FAWE secretariat, but also a place where students can come to do research, to use the internet to study, to do research. So we ask everybody here, join hands with us, help us to put this dream into a reality.
There were other chairs before me who worked very hard for this day, but as it is destined, it is my honor to be here. But I want to acknowledge every FAWE chair before me, beginning from the first Minister of Education that was the first FAWE chair, up to today, because they all worked very hard. Let me say, we all worked very hard to bring us here. It's not easy to get a plot of land, because everybody knows that everybody needs it. But at least we want to start by thanking the Ministry of Lands and the government for allocating this plot of land to us.
Friday the 27th May, Easy Gala dinner, proceeds would go.
And right now, teams are on their way coming. Some of them are even camping at the hostel. So everything is set, I can see.
What is the national championship about, for those who don't know?
Well, it's all about, normally we have the whole Gambia, I can see. So the national championship is involving countrywide. That is from Region 1 to Region 6. Yeah, so we involve everybody. That is the national, we call it national championship, because we want everybody to come on board. That is because the Gambia is not only Greater Banjul area.
What does it take to participate in the national championship?
Well, if you are a registered club with the Athletics Association, you will have to participate in the national championship. Yeah.
So who are the athletes we are expecting to participate in the national championship?
Well, we have most of that is the national athletes. The senior athletes are participating because some of them are working with the security services, and they are all coming. Yesterday there was the Grand Prix organized in Dakar. So most of them are here. In fact, they travel during the night to come and attend the national championship in Banjul.
So you mean we are expecting the names like Adama Jame, Hassan, Fatso and the others?
Yes, I can say Fatso, Ablai Asim, Adama, I think is going to France. So Adama cannot make it to this competition. But all the others are coming, be rest assured. And even the schools, the inter-schools, as you can see, we have new talents during the inter-schools. So all of them are participating too.
What is the significance of this national championship?
Well, the national championship is significant because it's where we can have our selection too for various international competitions. Because we also have the ECOWAS coming, which is to be hosted by the Gambia. And then we have the African Senior Championship to be in South Africa, Durban. So it's through this national championship we scout some of these athletes who are representing the Gambia in these various competitions.
So what sort of a competition should we expect in the next 3 days?
Well, it's going to be a very competitive competition, I can say, because we have the young ones coming up and the seniors will not like the young ones to beat them up. So definitely it's going to be a very thrilling encounter between the junior and the senior athletes. I'm calling on everybody to come on board because it's athletics, so they should come and see the young talent of the Gambia. It will be very interesting. I'm calling everyone to come and support, so that to come and cheer up their fans, schools, everybody, even parents should come and support their child who are participating in the event. The entrance is free. It's free.
And from sports, we now take a look at the weather report courtesy of the Central Forecast Office.
Hello, good evening and welcome to the weather forecast. During the morning the weather was variably cloudy and cool, but in the afternoon it was relatively warm and sunny. And for the satellite image shows convective cloud over the coast of Gulf of Guinea, while spot of convective cloud over the central part of Africa. This convective cloud will eventually cause rain, lightning and thunderstorm over the affected areas. Dusty atmosphere over the northern part of Africa, which will reduce the horizontal visibility, cause dry air and warm atmospheric conditions. Tonight, a variably cloudy, cool and dry condition will prevail, particularly over the eastern sector. While for the day tomorrow, a cloudy atmosphere with cool conditions will prevail in the morning, and in the afternoon it will be sunny and warm. Surface winds will vary between northwesterlies and westerlies in direction, and the speed will vary between 5 and 20 kilometers per hour. Minimum temperatures across the country will be 17 degrees over the Greater Banjul, West Coast and North Bank, 20 over Lower River, 23 over Central, and 25 over Upper River region. And for the maximum temperatures will be 30 degrees over the Greater Banjul, 33 over West Coast, 34 over North Bank, 36 over Lower River and Central River region, while 39 over Upper River region. Low tide will be 0.4 meters at 7 a.m. and 0.5 meters at 8 p.m. High tide will be 1.4 meters at 1 a.m. and 1.6 meters at 1 p.m. Wave height will be 1 to 2 meters northwesterly swells. The sun will rise at 6:34 in the morning and set at 19:28 in the evening. That was the forecast. Thanks for watching and good night.
Sure looks like a beautiful day ahead, and with that, viewers, we come to the end of this newscast. Before we take leave of you, a quick reminder of our day's main stories. President Jammeh has celebrated his 51st birthday anniversary in his native home of Kanilai amidst thousands of well wishes. The First Lady, Madam Zainab Jammeh, has left Banjul for the Pramata International Conference on Children in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The U.S. President Barack Obama is set to make a historic visit to Hiroshima some 70 years after the U.S. atomic bomb hit the Japanese capital. And a 19-year-old Indian mother has given birth to the world's heaviest baby girl ever born, weighing 6.8 kilograms. Unbelievable, I must say. That was all for this edition of the news. Thanks for the pleasure of your company. Do stay with us. I am your presenter, Janan Jite. Have a pleasant night ahead.
naa la wax lu gën a gaaw ak gën a óor si yónnee xaalis. mooy lan. ak Qcell Kodo mobile money suñu kalpe. mun nga cee yónnee xaalis jëlee ci xaalis nga jënd ci crédit wala nga jënd ci cash power. xoolal liñ ca léegi. nga ne ko mu dem si bépp koy ja. waaw am na benn agent bu fa nekk mu registré taxawaar la yow nag naa la yóbbu si benn waay ci agent la nga registré ba pare yónnee ko xaalis bi mu jot ko si benn 1 minute. 1 minute. waaw waaw 1 minute. suñu kalpe moo may defal lii. waaw waaw. Amadou. Hey Amadou. Amadou bay su ma jaaxle rek ngay dil ma xewal. nañ dem nga sol sa bopp Amadou. nañ dem. Amadou.
waaye li neex na di. Qcell Kodo mun ngaa yónnee ak jot xaalis waxtu bu ne fu ne ak Qcell Kodo mun ngaa jënd crédit Q Power ak yu bareek bare. soo ci bëggee xam lu leer wooteel ci 133.
Qcell Kodo mobile money suñu sim suñu kalpe.
ربنا اتنا في الدنيا حسنة وقنا ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا ربنا اتنا من لدنك رحمة وهيئ لنا من أمرنا ربنا اتنا من لدنك رحمة وهيئ لنا سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
national anthem mbaldan la scout national anthem menga la ñola 2 3 alaji mbembanding jaabi taybatu alkalo dukare na duwa molu ay mol bismillah
bismillahir rahmanir rahim allahumma salli ala sayyidina muhammad اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى ال سيدنا محمد اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا ونبينا مولانا محمد وسلم تسليما الفاتحه الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين اياك نعبد واياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين انعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين امين اعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا صراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم وغير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين ألف لام ميم ذلك الكتاب لا ريب فيه هدى للمتقين الذين يؤمنون بالغيب ويقيمون الصلاة مما رزقناهم ينفقون والذين يؤمنون بما أنزل إليك وما أنزل من قبلك وبالآخرة هم يوقنون أولئك على هدى من ربهم وأولئك هم المفلحون الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه السنة ولا نوم الله ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يؤوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمعنا وأتانا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إسرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فصبه بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل أعوذ برب الفلق من شر ما خلق ومن شر غاسق إذا وقب ومن شر النفاثات في العقد ومن شر حاسد إذا حسد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل أعوذ برب الناس ملك الناس إله الناس من شر الوسواس الخناس الذي يوسوس في صدور الناس من الجنة والناس سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين
آمين إمام البركة
imam a jarama albarka mo
maman ni jaabi kumandila alkalo taybatu ay dawlu tangol bismillah
joni men nodda alkali taybatu on ora kanko e jama on be yewtida.
We now call on the Imam of Taibatu to welcome the delegation. Assalamu alaikum jamaatul muslimina wal muslimati nga jamabe konton amusuma anyakema.
Greetings to you all, men and women.
Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin.
Thanks to Allah.
Oyati Allahu am.
Banko President konton na His Excellency the President of the Republic Alhaj Yaya AJJ Jammeh Babili Mansa Tonyakang.
My greetings to His Excellency the President of the Republic, Sir Professor Dr. Alhaji Yahya AJJ Jammeh Babili Mansa.
Bewi waktu ala kono men salmina yeso lady ning wieto yo His Excellency Sir Professor Dr. Yahya AJJ Jammeh Babili Mansa he dow gonga kadi ko he dow dum men salmintamo.
Momen nata jam femfen nama beta jang kabo sefor la kata alikalo la wulli east and west and sandu itoya la ngebe bismillah anim cabinet ministers anim dibitelu diplomatic ko nata mentor jang anim momo nana ta fanya jang ngabeji ya wulli banko kan nyakoy banko ka satel kono la jang ngalbeji ya alsi bismillah.
I would want to warmly welcome all of you on behalf of the communities of Wulli East and Wulli West, being the SEFO, the Alcalos, the entire entourage, members of the diplomatic corps, and the cabinet ministers.
Mina we the for bisimila Wulli East, Wulli West, in the Wulli East, Wulli West, on for bisimila mong, mina entedini ka o dental gani, mina o halanda bisimila mong ko tedungal mong alhamdulillah.
Ya ben fo iko wato teje alhamdulillah rabbil alamin the His Excellency the President na singlo nyim banko kan dawo da furata je problème men beje a olonne.
Well, we thank God because wherever the head of state visits, anything that is of a problem or concerns, he is fully aware of those problems.
Bewi waktu ala kono alhamdulillah men yetti Allah president amen on kaw hewti o sare o ma leydi o leydi kaw hewti o hara himo andi ko hondo woni haaju leydi ndi kono hedo dum minambo yettude minambo jarude.
1994 AFPRC adimbe president mento dang APRC ya AJJ Jammeh the President of the Republic Babili Mansa ala meeting follow ke Yoruba wol satele kono.
Since during the advent of the transition in 1994 of the AFPRC rule, the first ever meeting was held here in 1994. At Yorobal here, Yorobal.
Ido mina holude gila all yeso lady ni bangi lady ning e hitande 1994 dubi noga sedi di bawo meeting ido ko wadi ko ga wadi meeting ido on Yorobal wol ga
wolula akuluma jiyo bodala akumbota la wolun nte nyala akumbota la wolun banko la kola hinno nim balafa me alon ka soto Gambia.
During that first meeting in Yoruba, His Excellency cried. The reason why he cried, wept in tears, it was because of the condition and the poor conditions that he found people that are suffering in that area, the way and manner the people were suffering, that really shocked His Excellency the President until he wept in tears.
On jamano gila president on hewtino ga he nder meeting o mine hore amen men dartinimo men yinde nyande sa gondina iwde kay yite makko den parce que ko tagi o wulli ko fi o himo yurme sare nden himo yurme yimbe ben hakke ko men no men woniri he no men hodiri ga ko dum tagi non de nyande sa president o wulluno sa
wo wato kabula was wato la wato jam fata do bande andi sante ma men ke nyim banko en ala ko woto dunia bandala wala ya keso so do katambintel fangalantel men be jang.
Long years now since he brought in the unprecedented developments in this country, it is a well-known fact far beyond this country, even those who are outside are fully aware of the unprecedented numerous developments that His Excellency the President's regime has ushered in for Gambians better than any other person.
Gila o jodi o woni yeso o leydi ning mina he hore amen bamtara mo anduda himo addi dum kander leydi na waymo mina leydi ni so men anda dum sa yeyi ka yasi leydi ni ko be buri men andude bamtara mo anduda ko dum president o wadani men ga
anu wote bo yirwo men kata nyim bankun kan de la jam fanga nyi wulli banko nyin kan gambian ko la alingan hakilo tun kananna bi falin samala na bimbe memben kono la jang alin kana nga kata nga falin samala wo bukate no.
Let us not change what we have achieved today, comparing it to yesterday of what we didn't achieve.
ko anduda ko don woni me hebi joni on na buri ko anduda ko dum men hebuno ko bawoga wota en jabu waylotade men waylito ko anduda ko dum men hebuno hanki men wiel ko dum burande men ko men hebuno hande ko dum burande men ko hanki ko
President Jammeh ngani o men balaji banku kan ndema moje mbe tembo men do sa men si ku katano nyim banko kan kanyim banko yiri wandi yiri wo men be keta men ko be jimme nyame na wo man soto Gambia kono follow.
The aim and the vision of the president, what he has for this country, I have not seen any other person who has that vision for this country better than him.
Hebani menga ka mijoje moƴƴi mi yani hay goto e lerdi leydi mo anduda himala jogani façon ɗi miijode he koye ɓuri moƴƴude o façon miijo président amen on
wato ladde to kamma duniya mo kilinnete ya ɓe ɓuulola kono ni ɓe America bi ñaaɓe jannala men ɓe keeri janga ɓe yaalonde bar tawole ɓe keeri moto sotla men sa fono président Jammeh man do ko ke Gambia ika kuuɗole samba kam men mo hasidiyati ko malla fiya bar kaman aman do ko ke ñim banku kan wo manque toññaati.
Due to time constraint, the world is a global village now. Even the US have realized the unprecedented developments that His Excellency the President has brought to the doorstep of this Gambia.
Na waywa joni aduna on fof fayɗana koye jungo goto ko woni ga gon joni hay wonɓe ka leydi yaasi o leydi hiɓe yiide hiɓe andi te ka woni ga mi wawata wiide hay tous ko anduɗa président o waɗani ga mbawo partisan on addani ɓamtare ka nder saare ga
folo nga Gambia National Army tentu nge jayi ila discipline ya kan ila imbanko muto kan anila nyimbanko molu horomo kan nge tentu nge jayi alamu alaye jo.
I would like to commend and praise the armed forces of this Republic of the Gambia for their for their professionalism and discipline, the way and manner they are protecting the country. I thank them and praise them for that loyalty.
Mino yettude soldari be amen ben needi he no be nangiri leydi nin he do mo wonni dantude leydi nin pour jam walade kan der leydi ga he do dum mina be yettude he needi ko be anduda ko dum men nangiri leydi din ga
billahi ngan kali gambian ko la alin ngan hakilo tum fanto alin kana fo be nyim banko falina dula do la dame ngalon ko mo buka sino no ibuka salo keno ibuka balune ibuka fenken no nyim banko kan konkon de jang mo be la firin ko dole la ko do man je jamme ya e mate kono dino la nyim mobe la kilin.
Let us be very mindful, let us be very careful and not to exchange the peace and tranquility of this country. What we need is development, and people are looking for money. All the people who are looking for money, His Excellency the President cannot give each and everyone what you need financially.
Kawani ga bamtare ko anduna ko nu woni kan dey leydi ga wata en jabu weylotade dum don kawani ga na waywa ko jam ko he kisal tum woni kan der leydi ga yimbe ben kabe wota en jabu waylutude leydi ndin place ji goddina ton yimbe ben wawata fadude Allah be wawata juulude be wawata wodde ko be faala ko mo kala kandi leydi ga hida faala kalis kono anden famen president on wawata jonude faw kalis kono bamtare wonde kan der leydi ga dum foti en jonude joni
now danda kodo la ko la kodo men ke mol ye nyim banku ka mo kilin nas kodo men na nyim banku kan banku president mantara dunia men ngo kala mol ye.
If it is just to support people financially, there is no head of state or president in this world. But the president, what he has done for his people financially, there's no one in this world that have done it for his people.
Tawi ko okugol kalis ko president on hibbiga e kalis ko yewi o ko yimbe ben he kalis par goto si tawi no ko dun tun o meda ide president mo anduda he aduna ga ko president o wadani yimbe makko ben ga he ko okkata kalis on ga si tawi president goddo na wadde ga dum ka leyde makko ga o meda ide dum si wona he o president amen
Gambian ko la alingam mira His Excellency the President na be nyim banku tara to men atara nyim banku feltale nyim banku mota jam membe banku marakan ay banku ta kimale kono ande abula jisumale kono la fana mbetembo me don yajam be sirimbe sire nyina banko ta ni mantra banku kan tanu nyim banku jensenda mbe o lonne wala keta wotumo kabri man sakunda felta nyim banku nyina banku ta bulo la kana bilambe kayro kono.
Fellow Gambians, let us recall yesteryears before the advent of the July 22nd revolution, when the president was taking the reins of affairs of this country was a failed nation. And look at that year, since 1994 to date, where he has taken the country in terms of unprecedented developments that have taken place in this country. So let us recall our mind yesteryears.
rutteden hakkileje amen e ɓaawo ɗo yo o président banguɗen leydi ndi ndi leydi fayɗa wonano hay hunde leydi ndin hay tous alano ga na wawi wayi leydi ndi ko leydi yanuɗo kono gila o ari enen fof en yi ɓamtare e naɓugol yeeso mo annduɗa ko ɗum président o waɗani men ko ndir leydi ga kono ɗo woto en jaaɓu goɗɗo ara waylita hakkileje amen pour min wawa nangude he goɗɗo nangen he o yeesojo amen
ina mi nannatuma na banko me yalon ko vice président mbala moɗo kon lakkara mo ɗon nele ya fundi ka ɓum ɓere ola iwoje wo keɗa dawɗandi wo banko feltale a wole bondi banku kam banko sita kayro kono.
Before he came to power, vice president was torn. I just saw that in this country, and it was President Jammeh who really salvaged us from those mayhem.
He on jamano me meda yide ka anduda vice president ba jokkuda e president on o yalta e nder o yalta e moto makko yimbe ben daro hibe fiduda mbo dum stum ko misal hollugol on jamano leydi nin yanino kono ka Allah moƴƴini leydi nin ko on jamano Allah addani men o yesojo amen moƴƴudo on o yesojo kelludo o aro ittime he on tampere he on bonere mo anduda ko e dum me wonno.
President ya men faringa bulanoma mota baluno la hannata ale sanjoji ni manji yata seno kete baluno la ko nga wuli nga bambu ala koma bambo wendi mi ka fo Allahu akbar ashhadu an la ilaha wa dabbante fo ya wuli ye wura ya doko ke ake wura na ka doko ka ali nga wura nga doko nga bulanoma nga balun tarola adu ngalon ko ni momo wakil tawale yo ke nyim banko nyin kanatale nde balula la nyanta balula nyame nan tarola a wole fo ndun nimme man so wala woro ku dole bete kono adu nyim banko nde sonna ko ngende silence sonna nga moldani nga banko
let us follow the clarion call of His Excellency. We go back to the land and toil the land, feed ourselves, because that is what, even if we have to pray to Allah every time without working hard, you will not succeed. So therefore, let us follow his footsteps and answer to his clarion call of going back to the land and forge ahead as a nation.
No president no haliri ko dum woni ruttoden kan gesa kan remen ko men nyamato ko nyamen ko remuden ko dum burani en nafa hay si tawi nyande o nyande dum don tobay jamma he nyalorma te a bortaki yaha kan gesa ma remoya a wawata hebude ko wurirta ko kon si woni dum no woni to a hebata ko wurira ko burata mojjude ko en borto remen ko en foti remude ko
ni banko wato soroda jammani boto ni basot la tili saba e kawle kando may maso tili saba ibe lori ranto basot la molit dingli fate koto kan manoni nin kabring his president the election his excellency the president kabara sita im banko kan e ka fo len dama sam bari domoro mam manki nyim banko kan anu hani nyankumo nyim banko kan konkon tela bidiko ne munam manki mars fenna domoro don be nyim banko kan ali ngabula no ma konko ta Gambia konko mandara Gambia.
Before the president took the affairs of government, this country people used to queue for 3 good days without getting access to a bag of rice. Today, we have seen in those days, people will queue to buy rice until they lost their sons at their backs because of they cannot have access to rice. Today, under the leadership and dynamic leadership of His Excellency the President, there is no hunger in this country, rice is abundant, food is in abundance, and therefore, even the cats are satisfied in this country, much more than human beings.
President on arde on jamano sako maro ayay na do mo anduda o rangay ko yahata ha balde tati do yo hebude sako maro kon kono joni alhamdulillah yetten Allah gila president on ari o itti dum fawjo do amen joni na wawi hay ullundu ala wonda ga hege faw joni na nyamuda na min nyamuda ko faladen kon min hebuda nyiri hay so tawi ranga ka samina hebuda maro no me foti hebude
wato banta molbe siring menalon ko nyanda ko malanga banko be tentu ngebe jay nga security forces be tentu ngejay nakumo la be kalamen de Gambian kolu ali nganda mansa horoma nga bunya mansa me ngalon ko ala miro ala banki ala everything ala ko mu me be mu nyi Gambia lati hanna li fo so do me alon ka nyanta kele Gambia bantala aka ke banku ne kan kafa president de dunia men ka oke ikate la hotel le kono ya mo la ko do tinya nyimbu ka oke.
Well, due to time constraint, I would like to urge you to honor our great leader, the president, because he's a leader and he's leading by example. Even during his vacation, he would never go out of this country to spend money unnecessarily to enjoy leave or vacation. He would spend it in this country.
Okoya yeso o mo anduda jokken bawo makko o hay si tawi ko wattu fawtare makko yoni a yiyata o iwa ka nder leydi ga himo yaha himo daka ke hotelaji himo bonnude kalis leydi nin kono kanko ko watta kon fof koko nder leydi ga o watta ɗum si tawi ko fawtare ko ga o fawtoto ko ga o watta fof kono donc o ko yeeso o mo anduɗa o ko misaliji ɗi
Alhaji Baba Ndinga barka yarfa jagankol fane kunintele sayi.
Thank you very much. Jahankas are now conscious.
Yo, Nadiamula Koreo.
Our next speaker.
Alaji Sori Jawara, the Sefo Wuli East.
Sefo Wuli East. Alaji Sori Jawara.
Ko woni Sefo Wuli East on Alaji Sori Jawara. Bismillah ma.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
O fuddike he inde Allah o yetti Allah kadi.
Mbe kafo be kontona luntana lamba be kontona menna tanu bongoto yu Abidjan ba be kontona akontona
himo salminde jama on fof mo anduɗa himo adde e président o ka o dental gani fof himolɓe wiida bisimilla mon kal se leydi URR.
The chief is extending his sincere greetings to you all.
Benna commandant kontona nala député.
Himo salminde commandant o he jokkuɗo e commandant on.
The governor and also the deputy governor.
Beluntana lal be kontona president ni menu be natam be kontona e jamoni tola.
Himo salminde president o he ba anduɗa kam fof hiɓe arde e president o inde mabɓe he yettode mabɓe ɗin.
And the entire presidential delegation.
O tamiringola
apart from that,
no sefol kontona ni sefol men be yu ardi jang ani sefol men la president no makana jang bebe kontona ye bismillah yu ardi jang.
My colleagues chief in the Upper River region and other chiefs who are around. I want to welcome them to URR.
Seylaɓe am sefuji ɗi wonɓe he président o he wonɓe URR ga fof mina ɓe salminde mina ɓe wiide bisimilla kay leydi URR ga.
Nakumoto siala parce que contenta bakel nakumoto siala bo men kumala folo men kumata way kumo banne.
I'll be very brief because I'm so happy because the previous speaker has said it all.
Kawani gana waywa mino welti hala kan dudata hala kan hewata na waywa idudolan darade ga hali on hali hala kan fo.
But problème kilimbe ja fonga fole parce que courando fa yelo talon le wali.
Because there is a problem here that I want to talk about because a patient has to face a doctor to get treatment.
Hala goto na ga ko mami wullo dum do e yeso president parce que si tawi ka nawnu do ko ka l'hôpital ya hada pour be nyawnde.
O problème o mbay tala president jamela sembo batel la tel nyanta ka ke fana sembo batel la pour ka ke o mu wulli siloleti.
And that concern or problem is the Wuli Road.
On tampere ko president o wawata men nyawnande de on tampere te on tampere ko woni on tampere ko woni lawol wulli on.
Seno ken na ku on te fola parce que senela mome musenelati niko e ko fenka fu famulu ye feseno ke yalo ye obula silole kan te fem fola to bo kuma la folo yo fole.
I will not harp on agriculture or farming activities because if you advise a farmer to double up, it means you are just encouraging him. So I will not elaborate on that because the previous speaker will talk about that.
Se bantal fongo damalgal mi halata ton ko duri parce que ko taki na waywa si tawi remowo a jonni mo jorangaji ko foti remide na waywa o jonni mo pour no beydero no remirta dum do he do dum mi halata he tous he affaire damalgal
mbenna ko mojindi la dula me mu president jame mbadal na fana courango nde famu be sato men gono courango mamfutano wala mbatel danna pour asimma koy courant be sutana no la na sato kono nyame.
My next appeal to the president is for electricity supply in my community.
Komitoro do president ko affaire courant hay mi he wore am sare kam hodi to e wore mun courant on hewtani ton ko dun taki mino torade president on ga o walla men no courant o wawata webirde sera amen.
So president on ata kaira lo kono ala mamurundi kaira kono medu ala fana fa ala sani mafutande ala bungo kono kaira kono salli ala mamu.
Thank you very much. The president came here in peace and we are praying that he also live in peace.
President ariga he jam o hewti he jam ko men wadantamo ko men wadanambo duwa o hewta kadi kan der suudu makko he jam he kisa.
Seva barka.
Thank you very much Sefo.
A jarama Sefo.
Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Ala shawna baja ati alhamdulillah ako alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin.
His Excellency the President of the Republic of the Gambia, Sec Professor Dr. Yaya AJJ Jammeh, Babili Mansa, Nafa Mansa, Development Mansa.
Ako abesa Professor Dr. Alhaji Yaya AJJ Jammeh kontona Nafa Mansa, Kaira Mansa, Nema Mansa, aya konton anana nyolbe.
My greetings goes to His Excellency the President, who is development oriented and also full of lot of benefits in this country.
Queen and Dad no, the Minna Honorable Governor Umar Sompo Sise, Minna Kuni.
Ako kondondiro te jamfano la bari wato mansia, bari yuara la governor ba Alhaji Umar Sompo Sise fasi wo konton ala lonya la yuara banko kan.
Due to time constraint, I must extend my greetings to the host governor Alhaji Omar Sompo Sise of Upper River Region.
1994, President Jammeh mitini bani masorim pale URR, amiti bani masorim pale.
Akobri 1994, President Jammeh la meeting wo meeting manfwa koma URR banko kanjang abeke tanyala.
Since 1994, all the meetings that His Excellency the President has hosted in this region, I was present. I was part and parcel of that program.
President Pai aga lahidun timmandini. President Pai aga haramare mundahana. President Liya 1995 aga ribaja kunda. Ada promise ngiri baja kunda health center di kota warni. Baja kunda health center wanyana major health center. Lengi $15 million project nya baja kunda health center.
Ako President Fele menna ilahido di akala lahido timmandi abukatu koma. Ako ay nyimfo baja kundan kole 1995 birana taje ye leptano la kuova koeko alla ni leptano wati bina jang albeta halbe kujama kumbola jang wati be sila alto kumbola koteke alni altala sonta mbemma ko ro menkala ni leptano la kuoto
since
$10 million projects
ako sai ten million tang ani lulu projecto wole be je pour ka do ko kide iri wo ke odulato.
Since the advent of the July 22nd revolution, way back in 1995, the president addressed a meeting at their village in Wuli Bajakunda, and at that meeting he told them that there will come a day all your concerns and problems would be, at least we will try to address them. Today, as he speaks here, their community at Bajakunda, there is a health center there at a total of $15 million.
President Jammeh,
apart from that,
President Jammeh announced Bajakunda holo and dikka munturni kurankita.
Ako President Jammeh nyinkumo follow for daming mobe amoy wolo Bajakunda holo koroni kafoko santo satel bebe kurang sotlade.
And it was first announced at Bajakunda, where the president announced that Bajakunda Hall, that all the rural communities will be electrified.
Akoda let hakurusilla ani interpreta ngakoda.
Akowolumo tala hakurusilla atale yokumo sinni moluma.
The interpreter at that meeting was the late Hakurusila.
Lenga na uluge lege base hankana na ata obaja kuna na ata osandugu polu ni hali asudi.
Ako bi kata base kata baja kunda kata na kisandula itata sila ebe polo letar lori ngabe mukuram polo leti.
Starting from Base Bajakunda up to the other surroundings. Wherever you go, there is this rural electrification project in these communities.
Hey, Allah gara ibulza halaki ara hisring Allah wa.
Akobri adniadi Allah Taala ibuliza halaki akwa ay Allah Taala le fisri wallea.
Fisring Allah umanya.
The reason why Allah the Creator, son Iblis, it was because of it betrayed Allah the Creator.
Annung fisri wallea manke kunyumati wale yosabuama.
And it's not a good thing. That's why Iblis got that punishment from the Creator.
Owan warno wati gana wara mungu nanti lamengo do pasamas aparia harna dabaria ulingon kontani sanungon kontani yuyu aral su kontani lamengo do pasamas aparia President Jammeh warna dabari.
Ako ye kibaro soto President Jammeh pare dale sainteng lamengo do pasamas silobe dokulale laftala nyamen we sandu kontani I will West Kontani, I will East Kontani, URR Bay Kontanle.
We have received information that His Excellency will construct the Lamenkoto Pasemasi Road, and that's a warm welcome development for the people of this region, Wuli and Sandu.
Ola munandi works nawtu basi hankanne kata yoro bawul woks kawa ken dabarni gambian ko wullin ko ona mani mundu niketa
akoya moyle kabo babase badala kana yoro bawol hosfana mbolde lala akonko gambian ko special wulli silang alef da president jame mune kaliye.
We have received information that this road from Basse to Baja-Wuli will be constructed. Now, what do you want else again?
The President Jamela, URR Honanka Yumparia, December on the 1st. Agabi wala jamana ke Gambia suna tengala.
Akosi da President Jamela ko URR Honingol paretale December tiliforo ebe doko menkala Gambia banko ko da President bo kala mutalale.
The youths of URR are ready. Come, God willing, on December 1st. What the youths will do, all the countrymen will witness it.
Time Gabendere ka nahi bane ko President Jamela.
Ako time bati yebal kuma kilimbe ya asofo President Jammeh.
Because of time constraint, there is something that I want to explain to His Excellency the President.
Ona governor ona kalihai.
Ako ila governor ba Umar Sompo Sise ya karafa President Jammeh ma ala kilae.
Ko hilli halendi ogri ba election nya wuli west sarenga ward 15 days oga winu kusoro governor ngi nonye.
Ako karta mira for member kan demanding ibota ba election ole kono council election saranga ward yeti tanni lulle ke ward oto yela dumale bang ini Umar Sompo Sise governor ke la dumale yela santole bang ina ke la santole ko karto fighter banta otumole bebo tanyola wulo kono kasai nambate.
Some time ago, last month, there was a by-election at the Sarengai ward. During that period, for a period of 15 days or 2 weeks, 1 day, we were together with their governor URR day in, day out to make sure that the party, the ruling party, capture that seat to victory.
Diamenga benyani wonga wa diangabe kono, diangabe ngomoga kono kaganta ke by-election bega dangiri. President Jammeh haroga manyaga nga hode bana wakende barni. Ko wa nyaga na Gunjuru Jeka Chamoy Mbunda ila 100% nyakini APS ke by election bega dangiri. Wa President Jammeh nyaga na ana kurake tra ana kiyandi gai ani dema kuranga parce que la golle benya APS dangani ke by election dangi ko danga Gambia sura wari amay Gambia su kumba.
Mobiliser ala hay sekuna bachili e bajaga ako saing ibe President Jammeh dani la menna wala mu Chamoy Mbunda aning adomena Gunjur kutoto ni ba election men tambida ye karto men di APRC la asiata bakele wo kamma be danro kala president la wo molu fasi vero ke o mafon fana kuran soto
ni Chamoy Bunda and Gunjur Kuta massively voted for the ruling party during the last by-election. Therefore, I'm appealing to His Excellency the President to consider some kind of assistance to those communities.
Kenya Honankayu, Arahonya Honankayunda, Kahasa, Oranda Gilere, Obosunai, I know Kibaran Honankayu, Baban Honanka MPC, Hasawa Nyagana, URR Honankai, Wasika Hale, Hasawa Nyagana mobility, Hibaka Len Honodangani, Governor Atran Rondo Kiodangani, Kakendi Mosu, wa President Yamenuar, no Watigana, Agapara Development Metri Gambian on Anatlanti, Election Begarni, Okuparia, or the President Yamaran, Hoi Gambian on the President Yamaran, Hoi African only. Salaam alaikum.
Ako, Ebenito la President Jamela, Kaboatela, Kaji, URR funding Keuru, Ibebe Parerine, Katefa Membina, Ilman Fenje, Bemem Falinola, President Jamela, Adute Langani, la Catoni, la Fairfing, Iba Baker, President Jamele, Foyade, Yasoto, Laftamena.
I would want to make this resolution that our votes are exclusively meant for His Excellency the President, and we will massively vote for him come the next general or presidential election.
Sekuna.
Thank you, Sehuna.
Ajara ma Sekuna.
Nadiamula Kotengo.
Our next speaker.
Aja Mariama Bati.
Hello, Wagotom.
Mobilizer. Mariama Ba.
Aja Mariama Ba.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Misal mini none makala ku arido.
Mbemo be kontona munu yalon koy mabe ta nyimbe ngoto jang.
My greetings to you all who are present here.
De boy gorko.
Musuka fuke.
Men and women.
Tukael mangil.
Dinding keba.
Young and old.
kala neɗɗo mo ganduɗa a joli e moto a iwi kombo a ardi e président Yaya Jammeh miɗo salminma miɗo duwanoma miɗo ñaganoma ya hooɗe jaam
momorande yalon koye ɗum tamoto la yabula président Jammeh noma ina furata URR jang na duwa ɓe mbe duwa kele ye mbe ijayila mbali tentula Allah batala ali mum futandi jam
we want to pray and thank all the presidential entourage from Banjul to URR here. I want to pray for each and every one of you for coming over to URR.
no wayno no idiɓe haalde ɓe ni kala soja gonɗo e leydi he kala police gonɗo e leydi he kala mo ganduɗa ɗa liggo sengo ko dandata yimɓe ɓe miɗen calmina ɗum miɗen juuro ɗum
diyamula folori a fo ñamen ka folo sodalor la kata police on la momorande yalon koye ɓe ton ko dato mbe duwaleye mbe sewoleye mbe duwa ɓe kelali e duwa sifa mu yalon ko kayra duwalo mbalingani yala.
As mentioned by the previous speakers, the entire security forces, be it the military or the police force, I want to pray for you.
kala mo ganduɗa haɗa rewi e Aissatu Jifanga Diadio mo ganduɗa ko kanko woni hande yitere rewɓe ko kanko woni jikke rewɓe mi salminima mi duwanimama mi ñaganima
momorande yalon koye ɓe Aissatu Jifanga koto imo musulati ban moya bi ala ya tele ken musu nyaton koti andina e slobula ka futa jang mbali be bismillah la mbe duwala e mbali tentula.
I would want to pray and thank the entire women folk under the leadership of Aja Aissatu Jifanga Diadio, who is the national women mobilizer. I thank you and salute you very much.
mi salmini nene dabo he URR kansuloji fof
abe nene dabo fanan kontona ne URR kansulo no be.
Greetings to Aja Nene Dabo and the URR lady councillors.
mi salmini Haja Bucce kañume mobilizer fof
abe Haja Bucce fanan kontona ne mobilizer no be.
Likewise Haja Buje and all the women mobilizers.
kala fédération mi salmini ɗum
momorande yalon koye daɓe fédération o fanan kono aɓe tentula.
And the entire membership of the women federation.
mi salmini Oumar Cissé
akaɓe Oumar Cissé fanan kontonna
kabi ko gofono mo ganduɗa
atemu gouverneur to gouverneur mu yalon ko
wallahi
To the governor Omar Cissé.
a yiiloto aduna Allah o fo a yiyata wono makko
atemu gouverneur to gouverneur mu yalon koye se duniya kunna kuntama barita gouverneur jela mum buka ko Oumar Sonko Cissé
kabi mo jogi andi e mum
Oumar Cissé kada molde mu yalon ka nganni yo bala
Because the governor has the aim
omo jogi golle mum
anda ya doku o fanan no
and he's working very well for this community.
sa yi URR ligge mum hande no weli ko kanko
niyaje bi na URR jan doku be soniyaring Allahu taala ko la Oumar Sonko Cissé lo.
The reason why URR is now easy is because of the steadfastness of the governor Omar Cissé.
mi salmini area council
akabe area council mono fanan be konton.
I want to extend greetings to the area council staff.
mi salmini sukaɓe janggoɓe mawɓe janggoɓe mi salminiɓe
ako keɓanu munu ɓe dinni won fanan karandi kan ɓe ɓe tentula ɓe jayila.
Would like to thank and commend the teachers also.
ala heɗo tan joni ko président mo ganduɗa ko kanko woni président mo ganduɗa hombo fertigité hombo daara rewɓe hombo itte rewɓe e tampere hombo itte rewɓe e basal hombo watti rewɓe e gandal e hunde fof ko on calminanmi
sa yena kontondiroɓe ta jamale kan wolom na président bati mu yalon ka ñaaɓe musonu kan aɓe musonu ñaa fitala aɓe musonu bandila yankan kato to aɓe musonu bandila bota to ay musonu kalamutandi ay musonu karandi anda atande musonu fahamta.
My greetings goes specifically to our great leader, the president, who is steadfast in all the support across all sectors in the socio-economic advancement to empower the women folk of this country. That is His Excellency the President. I would want to profoundly thank him.
andi sa yi mi wi mbiɗo salminambo ko o walli rewɓe o itti rewɓe tampere o ki rewɓe tractoji o ki rewɓe hunde fof omo walli rewɓe no golla rewɓe no naftoro koye mum na diwna ɓiɓɓe mumen na mbemni on tuma school na tampinno yimɓe hande ɗum fof iwe hoore rewɓe
niyajen ko président o kontonna a keta molti mu yalon ko aya ñaalo musol labbata kan ay musol labbalu o sonoyandi ay musolu makoy sañi ɓaƴala ko musol ɓe ɗigon karandila no musol ɓe taro kosila no iɓe fam balundila iɓe la dimbaya balundila iɓe ken sutorola wo kan woto wo dalilo kaɓe président o kontonna ɓa jeyilaɓa ten.
The reason why I extended a special greetings to His Excellency the President is simply because of he has completely empowered the women of this country.
sa yi min mbimiɗen calmina président Jammeh président Jammeh iti taraktoji okki min okki rewɓe fof Gambia fof kala ɗo debbo woni hande haɗa jogii ko liggoriɗa
ni ayambe président Jammeh kontona mba jayila mba tentula président Jammeh kata moleti Gambia kunna kun musuɓe ɗawoɗa ay tracteur bo ndaya dila pour ñin kamayla dow ko e saneya woto wo dalilo kam mbeka président o fanan konton wo dalilo.
The reason why I'm also extending greetings to His Excellency the President, because he has supported us with tractors to ease our farming activities in our community. So therefore, I must salute him very profoundly.
miɗa andi président arani ɗo por pakande président ari ɗo ko darde ko yimɓe tampere ko woni e yimɓe kalanambo o ñawdana ɗum minen rewɓe noon komin mbi ha joni ombo walli min kono ha joni yo ɓeydu junggo e amen hedde liggorɗe hedde engrais en awa ko hono noon he gadinaji amen ɗi ɗomin jeeta ɗo na wonani min probléme kaabi hande sa duggi guesa maɗa dal minen surtout e sandugu minen min ngala lawol
a koytan tolla ko président o manna propaganda la président o naata mungla wala kajuɓeɓe mun dokula président o naata munala munnam nabata dati président o naata munala wala ñinti kajuɓe ñanta mun e kela bari hani bi naalota ñattilugola ñanta danilale kan nabata dano yitandala bari hani bi ɓe wosila koto asamma koye doku jawra on la pour ñen kammanna doku kon se soneyano ñawo ñaala.
The president is not here on a propaganda tour. He is simply here to dialogue with us, to see us and know what our concerns and our concerns are. But nonetheless, still, if we face him, we will want to appeal to him to help us with farming implements.
ana wayno minen haala amen heewani minen rewɓe URR Gambia kunna kun hay debbo goto lelota ko e suudu mum mbijo o pasison on ala kabi ko jam dabɓe te jam heɓima
ntonu Gambia jang musolu be a kunna kun ntolu bukan la fan kamira kuɗol la a kamulun kon tolu kam bukan mira hani opposition la kula parce que ntonu yalo ne ko kayro ni mum bijang kayro mum bijang wodro yen tonu wasala wodon tonu bukan mira politique kula nyimban ko kan jang
politique kay minen politique ala he leydi he.
For us here, there's no politicking in this community.
ko jam politique kuta nyimban ko kan jang
joni na wayno min kay haala am heewani ko miɗo jaara président Jammeh miɗo duwanombo miɗo ñaganombo courant kala ɗo manki e leydi he miɗen ñaagui yo wallu miskineɓe caggal ɗum engrais na tampina yimɓe ɓe ganduɗa leydi mabɓe no gasi ɗum fof soɓe keeɓi ko ballal haalanoma hanki koy kono ha joni so aɗa haala tan haɗa wawi hisɗindinde kanko kay sa haali hunde tan ɗum ko hamme makko so ñawdi o ñawdani kay so lelima jamma ko ɗum woni haaju makko surtout e ɓiɓɓe Gambia noon miɗo ñaago sukaɓe e rewɓe yoɓe pertu guite kabi neɗɗo remirta ndungu wota ko kemmi sa eɗa rema ndungu ko ha keɓa
nko mbe ñoole hakkilo bulandila doron bari na lonno ko personne o hakkiloɓe ñin ko won kanne wala munti asamma koye jambandonu to pour ñin kammanna bankon mun yalon ka fata se kengon kafuno ñamen banko ñin kan pour ñin kammanna sereña so sonya bari ni monata koye ko senoke ay ñin dalilo le itandila ko yewuli e senoke pour ye fam muna fano bara ma foy ko e senoke pour yata nafa woto wo dalilo kan président Jammeh yalon mum muna hajonti na satel mun yalon ko kurangol man futaje na yalon ko hakkiloɓe wonu kanne parce que hanu kuru fam mitindulanu ye kurangol la ko fole ye kunjama yitandije anda fara ila hido tale woto wo dalilo ka kamulu ko hakkil bulandolom doron.
We want to remind His Excellency the President and ourselves that what we are appealing for is to help us with fertilizer so that we can help revitalize some of the fields that are at least almost not fertile to help us in our agricultural productivity. We are aware that there are communities without electricity supplies, but yesterday in Basse, all those programs and projects were mentioned, so therefore it's just to remind ourselves and His Excellency about those programs and projects that we had. And we are aware that he hasn't forgotten us in that crusade.
ina wayno dulaji goɗɗi kadi na manka ndiyam jareteɗam labɗam
dula ɗon faɗam bijeji o mankata je faraji senugo mose min no munna
surtout minen sandugo.
There are areas in Sandu district that lack potable water supply.
mi salmini président miɗo duwanombo miɗo ñaganombo yo Allah okkumbo jam kala joganiɗo mbo andi e bonɗo e huppo e hoore mum
ako abala diyamo ɗanna janne ako aɓe duwala président o e alma momo yalon koye nani jawole sodata e kupi fango kam.
Alabarka Aja Mariama.
Ajarama Aja Mariama, thank you Aja Mariama.
Nati hamula kodemo.
haalo wo goɗɗon
wala alfangola banko député the honorable Hasim Diallo asinanina ay muni mole kacha.
The next speaker is the National Assembly member for this constituency, Honorable Hasum Jallo.
ko Hasim Diallo député mo on arta lebude ga
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Follow mi salmini His Excellency the President Sek Professor Dr. Alhaji Yaya AJJ Jammeh Babili Mansa.
Ako follow ben na president ba konton na His Excellency Alhaji Sek Professor Dr. Yaya AJJ Jammeh Babili Mansa.
To begin with, I would want to extend greetings to His Excellency the President of the Republic.
He cabinet minister e mudum fof ko arido.
Atena la cabinet minister be munu yalon koy ma beta nyimbe ngoto.
And the cabinet ministers present here.
Salamu dimmo mi salmini bosam the right honorable speaker of the National Assembly honorable Abdoulaye Bojang he député be wonbe do be fof.
Kontonder fulanyanga bitam fangola boska momo Alhaji Abdoulaye Bojang te munu yalon ka tolom député bu ngola nyaton koti ane député munu be ma beta fejang.
Next is my boss, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Abdoulaye Bojang, and by extension, all other National Assembly members here present.
Mi salmini jaman ramani gondo do o fof neddo fof inde mo yettode mudum.
Jama rahman on munu be ben tajay toni konton wala mbali konton na wolela.
I would want to greet each and every one of you here present.
Min hala am jutado en.
Ntela kumakangote jam fala jang.
I will be very brief here.
Hala am ko salmingol he jargol wigol President Jammeh abarka President Jammeh abarka President Jammeh abarka.
Ntela diamo dalilo mo munati ka President Jammeh jiya jang ka fa President Jammeh abaraka President Jammeh ajarama President Jammeh ajarama.
My role here is simply to welcome His Excellency the President and extend greetings and thanks to him.
Wigol President Jammeh barka folo ko dum woni gila 1994 bangendi leydi project folo mi wadi hender leydi wulli do ni nyaako e junior secondary school abarka President Jammeh
na kontondiro warana abarka folo muna dalilo mu yati namba fola kabrim President Jammeh nyim bankota 1994 songo kono ay mum fol project do ko dingira folo mun nati nya banko kanjang wala nyaako karambum bati jang ay wala folo lo jang.
My first thanks goes to His Excellency the President for the simple reason that in 1994 the first educational project he implemented was the construction of the Nyakoi school in this district.
On Nyakoi junior secondary school hande jangini ticcaɓe jangini nosiɓe jangini doctoraɓe jangini securityɓe
wonna koye karambungo ay docteur onu karandi ay police onu karandi ay docteur onu karandi ay tijanu karandi ay karamuntodi ngon fanan karandi.
That Nyakoi Senior Secondary School has produced productive citizens such as teachers, nurses, doctors, you name it.
Saidum wawi wade ko Allah he laamu APRC under the leadership of His Excellency President Jammeh abarka.
Niaja wobe kelano akada His Excellency President Yaya AJJ Jammeh la nyaton kayale kono wodo President Jammeh mbafula abarka Jammeh jilanka.
All those achievements were made possible due to the APRC government under the leadership of President Jammeh. Therefore, we say a big thank you to Your Excellency the President.
Barke dimo ɗum woni darnugol University of the Gambia. University mo gandanda hande ɓiɓɓe Gambia jangi docteur yagal jangi scientifique jangi lawyer kala makama baɗɗo kummoya he nder ndi leydi fof ko University Gambia ɗon jangi jahani haydula abarka President Jammeh
na abarka fula jango fana bita President Jammeh ya dalilo mu yawono wala ma University karambu mbamu lonya jang ibajala ko Gambia dingone docteur ya karanje ya lawyer ya karanje ya londo dodu karanje wodo mba fula President Jammeh ini mbara baraka.
My second commendation or thanks to His Excellency the President goes to him for the simple reason that he has established for the first time a university in this country, and that university, indigenous of this country are studying law, medicine, etc. and etc.
Barka tatabo ɗum woni gila laamu folo PPP duuɓi capantati en nanino lamen koto pasamas ala ko wawi hen wonde
na kontondiri sabanjango abita kabirin sanji tan saba komanto kabirin PPP mansa kundaɓe lori nka mayno ɗum lamen koto pasamas nenaman kujaje nenaman kumoyje bari alhamdulillah sañi.
For 30 years during the PPP regime, we used to hear the Laminkoto Pasamasi Road project, but to no avail. But thanks to President Jammeh's leadership, the Lamenkoto Passemasi Road is now a reality.
nden he yeesoyagal président Jammeh laamu APRC o e nder duuɓi nogase goo hikka en jii lamen koto Passemas is a thing of the past.
His Excellency President Yaya Jammeh la mararo koto ala sanji muwang anin kilingo ay mararo ke munna sanji mbeya jele ko lamen koto Passemas ala kuo sanya lata tariko le kan wo tambitale sanya.
During the 22 years of President Jammeh's rule, the Lamenkoto Passemasi Road is now history.
ɗon yawti en jii kuran gittaɗo gila basa yehi ha wulli ise wulli wese sandu ɗum ne ko maragal muɗum moƴƴal ngal Allah he muɗum président Jammeh a jarama
mbe naata jala kuran ko naata sone a ñamen kabo base kata wulli is wulli wes anin sandu kuran o ɗumta ɓe kono kuran o tamata ɓe kono woto mba fula His Excellency ko inin mbara baraka almahaman satalla yejo.
My other thanks and appreciation goes also to His Excellency the President, because we have now witnessed the availability of electricity supply in both Wuli West, Wuli East and Sandu. Therefore, Your Excellency, we thank you very much for those developments.
tesi Allah jaɓi sare paate sare tenen sare mbaalo heɓi jikke fi heɓde courant kamɓe kadi teddugal muɗum
albuñaɓe je sare paate anayi ñin satel mum ɓe fo albuñaɓe je nin Allahu taala sonta yirwaɓe futala je sambi courant ɓe ɗum naje ma fo fananate mela.
God willing, the fuller community, Sare Pate, Sare others, will also get those developments such as electricity and so on.
ko yawti ko bangal ndema en jii engrais trakitoji e pawatilaji he awdi okkirama ha yoni
sanola bundato najala tractor nata pawatila nata jambando nata aya be cika aya la senelan bulo kono woto o fana mu nyatota dole to.
We have received farming inputs such as tractors, fertilizers, power tillers and so on and so forth to at least capacitize the farmers to accelerate their production.
tenji las Ramadan sukara he maro he yaadu Saudia ko waɗi he nder leydi Gambia wulli wes ɗo rek ko ɓuri yimɓe nogas jeehi juuroyma suudu Kaba ko Allah e makko
mbeya jele sunkar tambila sukuro mun jiitana jang ka bondi ka di mon la anin fana ka monu samba hijola mun tata mun tambita mo muang anin fenna wulli jang walla bota jang kata Kaba bu ngani hiji.
During the last Ramadan, we've received abundant sugar during the month of Ramadan. And also in this area, we have over 20 pilgrims who were sponsored by His Excellency the President to perform the Hajj in Mecca.
min ko jamiran mi leydi wulli ɗo ko haala dabba aduna gonɗe no politique o ko fi aduna ɗo wona fi lakira ɗum noon so en keeɓi laamu mo gandanta ko on wawi ñawdu haajuji meɗen itta ene caɗele itta tampere heɓa hamme meɗen degginen on laamu min ko ɗon ko mbajimi on
wulli bonu mbali yamarla munna politiko manke lakira kuti politiko mu duniya kulati wodanin ala yali mako yali nyaadon ko soto mu yalon ko hammo bala abali mako ila a nyaabali kan wodana mira nyimu kulata mu yalon ko nyanta londal ba mutale no nyame.
The people of Wuli, what I want to caution to you is politics is not about the hereafter, but it's about this world for development. So therefore, whatever we have achieved right now, we should also make sure that we safeguard those developments and those achievements in this country.
mi salmini président Jammeh to kattuɗi par ce que duuɓi sappo e jowi leydi wulli hirnangue ɗo eɗen gandi ko wonnoɗo si président Jammeh larno jikkuji men ɗiyan hay hunde wattanoke leydi wulli hirnangue kono o laarani ɗum kala ko waɗi sandu tumanna wullis kono mo watta wulli wesɗo en nden président Jammeh jarama
mbe président Jammeh jayila mba tentula nin président Jammeh na wulli jamma fango juɓenu ayen daji kon korosi aya juɓe ɓe num munto ibajala ko yirwa mun nata nu jang mumɓe wulli wo ma fandoto mumɓe sandu wo ma fandoto ay wala ka jam ma fangola aya ñakasina daji kon la aya ñakasina keɓaron la bara ɓe noma doron pour ñin kamma ɓe yirwala no ñaame.
We want to praise the president because if he had followed the way and manner we were before, we would not receive any iota of development in this constituency. So we thank him for that. Despite all odds, he really ignored all those things and forged ahead to make sure that we also enjoy development as others are enjoying it in the country. Therefore, Your Excellency, we say bravo and thank you very much.
April 28 council election waɗɗo sare ngay woɗo mi salmini ce capan tati e tati gonɗe sare ngay woɗɗe golle moon moƴƴe ɗe mbaɗɗon nde banggal parti o te min calmini président Jammeh kadi fi jabde suɓade on candidate mbo kollunoɗen mbo ha wawi gagnade nden sare ngay wood sudu kondi wood wullina e foof mi salmini mi juurima on mi jaari on te kadi tax committee he jarga sudu kondin fof he ñaako e sandu he wullis kala baɗɗo feere mum koppor mum e anni e muɗum fi o ɓen wawa yaade yeeso yo Allah yomma moƴƴere maɗa on jarama wassalam abarka
mbe moɓe fanan tentula ñin carte fay tambila mum keɗa num na sare ngay wood jang fo ala nata ken nata gañeña sifala mbe président o fanan jayila mba tentula nanna momum tombon a sontan fe wola ka londi ka fasa fo ala ya ka wonata gañata woto mun yalon ko yela hajon bula yela koporon fango kije pour ñin kama ñin sira on sa funtini no woto mbali be jayila mbali tentula mba fulay ko alni mbara alma allahu taala yali jo Allah ngan yakendol.
I would want to thank the President for endorsing the candidate we chose to contest the recently concluded by-election here at Sarengai Ward. And by extension, I would want to thank all the task force members, all and sundry who have done efforts to make sure that the seat was captured by the ruling APRC. I thank you all and also wish you all the best in your endeavors. Thank you. Our next speaker,
Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Ismaila Sanyang,
is Honorable Ismaila Sanyang, the Minister of Agriculture.
A'udhu billahi min shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Mbenna kontondiro follow la banko president oma, Chef Professor Dr. Alhaji Yahya AJJ Jammeh, Babili Mansa.
I would want to first start my greetings to His Excellency the President, Sheikh Professor Dr. Alhaji Yahya AJJ Jammeh Babili Mansa.
Ido mino salminde yeso wa lady His Excellency Sheikh Professor Dr. Alhaji Yahya AJJ Jammeh.
Mbe speaker kontonna aning delegation o mealan kenim president be silo kam be kontonna.
The Honorable Speaker and the Presidential Delegation.
Mino salminde delegation mo anduda ko kanko wonde president o.
Mbe njati governor anala sefolo anala kalol be kontonna.
Our host, the governor, the alcalos, and the sefos.
Mena salmina njatige amen governor sefuji de alkali jidin fo.
Bar mbed lord lo me kontonna asol jifanga jaja anina APRC structure so be membijam be kontonna.
I would want to extend greetings to the Lord Mayor, the National Mobilizer General, and the National Women Mobilizer Aissatou Jifanga Jaju, and all other structure members.
Meno salminde National Mobilizer Alhaji Yankuba Koli Aissatou Jifanga Jaju hey be anduda fo hibe darani pation hibe memina de fi pation kambe fo mina be salmin.
San bedun nakacha kono.
Now we come to my statement.
Joni men nata kander yewtere ndeng.
Nakacha be tala suwa tundu saba.
I will touch on 3 communities or 3 districts.
Na waywa hala ankana mina wallina dum he yewtoje tato.
Tunkum folo be kala senolti.
The first issue is on agriculture or farming.
Ido men fuddo he damalgal.
Tunkum fulanya be kala jiola kuolti.
Secondly, on water.
Dimo wana findi andang.
And tungun sabanya wo be kala kurangola kuolti.
And the third issue will be about electricity.
Tamo on ko fi kurango me yewtata.
Ni muruta senoto.
Coming to agricultural activities. Just to remind ourselves.
Kununga project jamale fo sakunda be men dokula URR.
Projects that are going to be implemented by the government in URR.
Damede anduda ko on gouvernement on gollata e der URR ga.
Bare man jamal fanam fonum kunung.
But I didn't mention some also yesterday.
Allah URR North Jang.
URR North, this area.
Mansakunda by Farol Darala Mealonko, Taibatu Nyakoi, Limbambulu, Ani Kerawad Nyakoi, Bela Farol Darala.
The rice fields in Taibatu Nyakoi, Limbambulu, and Kerawan Nyakoi will be, those rice fields will be rehabilitated.
Hay joni men anta adday bamtare affaire faroje den ko waywa limbambulu taybatu en he waywa ko konti Kerawan Nyako en dum fo men adday ton bamtare affaire faroje den.
Bar silol fana men kada farol ton beol fana wo sate wala silol men kada farol ton beol fana darala le.
The access roads to rice fields will also be constructed.
Labi din ko nabato on kande faroje kade men dara ko no men fewnata dum non kade.
Barante danna woto de.
But that will not be the end. You've also talked about the need for get farming implements or tools. We are aware that His Excellency the President has provided several farming implements here in URR.
minen fo me andi président o walli me he bagasuji de ko anduɗa ko ɗum men foti remude kay URR ga
bare na projet kuto men kana.
But the new project that we have,
kono project keso mo anduɗa ko ɗum foti arde
member start like in 2017.
That will start next year in 2017.
mo anduɗa he hitande arowo ga ko ɗum fuɗɗoto
Mbe tractor pawatila woro samananja URR anin track it fula.
We will provide you with 2 tractors and 6 power tillers in URR.
min addanay on ga ka leydi mon ga pawatilaji jeego he tractoje ɗiɗi ko anduɗa ko ɗum fotata weɓinde golleji men ɓe
Bare nga lonne fana mani doku la ne mano doku wati sinya jama aka tinyale parce que ibika jadu la soto.
We are aware that the rice farmers or those who have engaged on rice production, they normally experience poor harvest loss.
bari min andi onon remoɓe maaro kon ha joni sa ɓooyi remude maaro kon ka liroto maaroji ɗin o wawataɗi heɓude a yiyay maaro kon kadi bonay no ɓuuri yawude
Wokan alamani jadula me worole darala be alan ko be kela warama ballel pour nali alamano kati aliye jaje kana tinya.
Therefore, we will create 6 sets where you can also spread your rice so that there will be no post-harvest loss.
They are drying floors.
They are drying floors so that there will be no more post-harvest loss or it will be minimized.
min fewnanay on dulaji ɗi anduɗa yaha dulaɗi jeego ko anduɗa so tawi on taƴi maaroji mon ɗin ko toon naɓoɗon maaroji ɗin liron toon maaroji ɗin pour maaro kon wota bonu
Bare nga lonne Sénégal la bata dalem fana ne senoke ya ila sene fengoli ka maboda men fana ka ke problème molti wokan URR jang projet ko membena stores ka men for seed stores woron be wole lola URR jang.
We are aware that farmers normally get the concern of getting seed stores. So we will construct 6 seed stores to make sure that, the farmers will have place to keep their seeds.
min fewnana en dulaɗi jeego ko anduɗa ko toon maro toon ko anduɗa awdi mon ɗin ko toon maro toon awdiji mon ko yahata nokkuji jeego
Bare nga lonne fana ni sitiol e problème o soto pour ni so lambin dula ñing président ma ya kalamutala e yamaro di ñing projet ko men kana ni si min dula saba mba kela URR jang mba lola URR jang.
We are aware that cattle owners normally have difficulties of getting a drinking point for their cattle, but for URR here we'll construct 3 wells where the animals or the cattle can drink water from those points.
min andi jooma jargaji ɗin jooma nayi ɗin affaire ka nayi ɗin yarota ɗum kadi na on sattane kono si yallah o jaaɓi place ji jeego 6 place ji tatina toon ko anduɗa min fawnanay on ɗum ka leydi mon URR ga
Ali jan bando fara la ko fojang.
You've talked about the need to get fertilizer.
on wulliga ko wonwa affaire engrais on
Nte muruno la diamo to kaje ko diamo memba fala comme président ma e jamba do da jindile abi wobe lonta Gambia la dunia be.
I don't need to repeat that the president last year reduced the price of fertilizer. That was a known fact.
hay siwen ruttake e konnguyde de hollo on président o ɗuytino prix engrais on ko waywa rowanin
Baraka fali e jambando be mbulujang. Jambando ya alkamen fo urea. Wili tanni woro la bago urea bago wole be mbulujang.
I would want to inform you that at urea we have 17,000 bags of urea at the moment.
ko wiyete fertilizer wiyeteɗo urea ko yahata 17,000 tonnes no tonne ko annduɗa men wallene on pour on remoɓe ɓen
E ka jambando men fo NPK wo wili fulale be mbulu.
We have 2,000 bags of NPK fertilizer.
fertilizer ɓaɓe wiyata MPK na waywa sakuji guluji ɗiɗi na wallina kadi pour remoɓe ɓen
Bare Gambia Groundnut Council wole mol men kad na tiol sang.
The Gambia Groundnut Council, known as GGC,
kono ɓe annduɗa ko kamɓe sodata guerteji amen nde wiyeteɗo GGC Gambia Groundnut Council
Ibe toni wili lulu ibe wole samana na fertilizer ka ben fo NPK ibe wole samana na banko kan jangina.
they will make available 5,000 tons of fertilizer this year.
on compagnie addana men ko yahata ha gulluji jowi tonu fertilizer urea ko annduɗa ko ɗum remoɓe ɓe naftorto
Aning toni killing 1,000 tons of urea.
And 1,000 tons of urea.
he toon wulure fertilizer wiyetejo urea
Yo nimbota je.
Apart from that,
si ɗon ɗon fof yawti
ale jiko wo si jang.
you've also made an appeal for water supply, potable water.
on wulliga affaire ndiyam
Because kabiri nga diamo start nga fom fonne komen Sénégal atolem président o terre ale mansa terole soto. Allah bata dal aka londe jandal ba fola ay instructionnel di pour nga ke. Ngana nyi satol même fo sate woro medialon ko ñinan janni september inshallah ibebe jio sotola wo sate o lemu.
I said it earlier on that you farmers, you are lucky because you have a leader who is your friend. There are 8 communities that I'm coming to mention will be supplied with water facility.
Onon remoɓe ɓen o yetti Allah par ce que no way resojo amen on ko giɗo remoɓe ɓen o ha pari imo fewñade on place feereji ɗe annduɗa ko yahota ha place uji 6 mba 7 ko annduɗa himo wallene on miijoji ɗe moƴƴi ɗe ko annduɗa ko fi onon remoɓe ɓen.
Folo walen Bantunding.
First village of Bantunding.
Ido caye wiyeteɗo Bantunding.
Fode Kunda
Wuli.
Fode Kunda en.
Koli Bantang.
Cayeɗo wiyeteɗo Koli Bantang.
Yoro Bawol. Samba Gabude
en.
Bani and Bajo Koto.
Bani he Bajon Koto.
Sandu Jakaba. Anin Tuba Wuli.
This
Tuba Wuli.
Making 8 communities.
Yo nimbota jioto.
Apart from water. You've also talked about the need to get electricity. The communities I'm coming to list or name.
Ni
God willing, before September this year.
Hey, si Allah on jabi do yobe wi de lewru September hitande hikkaon.
Ibebe courant sotorale.
All those communities will have electricity supply.
Din chaye di fo hebay courant si Allah on jabi.
Wasate wolle mu Baja Kunda.
Those villages are Baja Kunda.
Ko din chaye ji woni Baja Kunda.
Yoro Bawol. Diabugu. Dasilame.
Taibatu.
Nyakoy Kerewan. Nyakoy Sutukonding. Ani Nyakoy Medina. Yo, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Sain liro so tiata tomolale. Na diamula ko to wolumbe kala na Banko Amiroti, His Excellency Professor Dr. Alhaji AJJ Jammeh Babili Mansa, President of the Islamic Republic of the Gambia.
The next speaker is His Excellency the President of the Republic.
The President Yahya AJJ Jammeh Babili Mansa on after halana yewtuda yimbe sandu e wulli is West Kala wonbe do dan on ganda non. Te do immude ko on kellat on lukat on ganda o holla weltare modon on ganda wallo mon si wi Allah ko president amen si immi tan ko yo wol luko do fo sako taw men ngala men batta do woni gedal modon laamu ko dum yidi.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين.
Yes, ojo lady owi أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله رب العالمين.
Mbe jatio men keta govanoti anu wulinkol alfal député almamol ani sefon bal mume kontona.
Our host, the governor, the alcalos, the elders, imams, alcalos, sefolo, my greetings goes to you all.
Owi musalmina gofono e sefu jiding e alkali jiding e imamu jiding gondo e leydi ndi kala tawido e dumen salmina.
Wulinkol,
the people of Wulli.
People of Wulli, and on this side of the north bank of the river Gambia.
Ako Wulinkolu ani molmini alon ko wolle be nyimma fo la Gambia kono jang.
Owi wullinaɓe e yimɓe mo annduɗa kamɓe goni heede ɗo ɓe jooɗi ɗo.
Ali hako tunye ngem balalma sen yon bi is terrible. Why do man yalla ta because ne konsiman rek li ma leen waxoon ma ne si yàlla nangoo ni ko léegi façon yoon bi doo leen ko am waaye li ma leen bugg a mooy man waxuma affaire politique billahi wala taala man waxuma pour seen karta yi man suma karta yàlla moo ko amee kenn mënu si dara na carte o amantara mobulu ma fo political kama asi hako tunye because Allah silo be nyame ndefango balawo fata daj ali yamfuma alale ma dinna wala tena la silo be tem
o wi musidɓe amen julɓe o wi enen fof ko en julɓe kono so o watima ko jomirawo Allah o ñagoto so o ñaawi tan ko haalani on ko waɗata o gollat o wi kono gonga laawol mon o moƴƴani kono si tawi o yiɗino ko heɓi ko Allah okkimo façon o laawol hay so wona ɗo o yiɗata ɗum yiide e leydi Gambia kono o wattanan moɗon
billahi wallahi taala bu neexee yàlla inchallah du nekk yoon bi rek waaye léegi dafa nekk danga comme waa Janjanbureh Sankulaakunda nu ñoo croisé dem Janjanbureh yéen tam noonu ngeen a croisé dem Basse ni ala sonta
mu ne su neexee yàlla
sañ ate kela sila dada dorom barabe kela fenkoti pomo mbe brijole lola je ni ala sonta billa wala tala wo fanate bayla
su neex
ala le along wati jimale ba kela benten la xam momu menti dandi na next birthday 2017 birthday ni ala sonta brijobe pare lale alla silo albe kontanal bare dandi wobe sila alla silo be jamente nte hangila ka tuje teng mbina contact o ñilla ayna bero la kan silo betia because abe ñame nin sama keta jiyo siata moto si accident no because fenkol dinkol membe je hani fulatanani si keje mota sutenora
o wi musidɓe amen fulɓe on jarama on gastane kam hakke kono noon si Allah e nelaɗo makko jaaɓi o laawol ɗo o wawatamo gollude joni kono moƴƴinan laawol o ɗo e ndiyam toɓude si ɗum waɗama jiiya yimɓe mbawa dewde e nder jaam ɓay e gaykaji ɗi keewi toon ɗum si yawti o bridge amen e o maayo amen Basse hakkude Basse e Ñakoy ɓe mbaɗat toon bridge o wi hitande aro so waɗat celebration bafude makko o yadatat e udditugol o bridge Basse ko moƴƴini ɗo ko si Allah ni laaɗo makko jaaɓi ɗon firtata ko ɗum o wowli wullinaɓe ɗo gandiren noon kelle on weltaki ɗon
man kuma soto ɓe men folale fo ntema kede ala le yake bara al se hako boyne bari tele nga fo ala ma fay
mu ne moom deful ko de mu ngi leen a jéggalu ngeen jéggal ko du ci moom yàlla la
o wi wona kanko dey ko he Allah iwi kono gacce hakke ɓay Allah haalanani on ko kanko haalani on ko si Allah waɗi jaɓanimo o golla ɗum dow ɗum gacce hakkilla
ala mo buka time table dila ka fa ko sama nyinkenye no ika danile wato men diata ake be ni ala son tafana mbe silo dadala ja yemelon ko Basse ko pan bluff ka fa ko Costa Road alla silo ntenga lahido di Allah wolle be beti ala Basse Costa Road anu men ka fa kuran ko billahi kana pisali ni ala sonta by 2020 sate belbe kurango soto ntele nga fo ni ala sonta billahi walla taala alkana pisali
o wi Ñakoy ñaaɓe wata mbaɗo fisali wonɓe yimɓe giɗo mo annduɗa ɓe geggina hoore mumen ne Basse laawol ɗi toon ɗo wiye Basse Costa Road o wi kanko haali so moƴƴanine on laawol moɗon ɗo on ɓurata moƴƴude Basse Costa Road on gande on noon kadi o wi o halana on goto ko halano bridge o kadi moƴƴinte kala o pari ko waɗande on ɗo o waɗat fi sabilillah wona fi karta wonde o ɗaɓɓude e moɗon
God willing, this road will be constructed to the best standards. You will forget about those who are bluffing you in Basse, talking about the Basse bypass road called the Basse Costa Road. You will have a road far much more better than that Basse bypass road or Basse Costa Road, God willing. And also on electricity, from now against 2020, the entire country will be electrified. God willing.
1994.
Ako 1994.
Owi 1994.
My first tour.
Natama follow.
Owi yadu makko follow.
At that time,
ako wawatola.
What on what to?
That government of sleepers and corrupt thieves called the PPP government. We are telling you about Singapore. And we told you what they wanted to do is sink Mothership Gambia at the port. That was why they say Singapore. But we are not talking about Singapore. This country, by the grace of the Almighty Allah, would be the best in the world. Man malenko billahi wallahi tallahi. The Al-Quran bang sumalo.
O masakunda follow min bota jang.
Sino la mans.
Masakunda minu be sino la no ibe sino la mole ka fo mole ko mbe Gambia yele mandile ka ke Singapore ti. Banko mi ka fay ko Singapore. Yara fay to min nanyo wala min ko ka banko nyin tundi aita duma la ya to la Singapore la bari ni ala sonta nyim banko mba yirwa nyala mi yalon ko abe kala nyonta ngolati dunia mu mebe kono mos amo yaje.
O wi jamano lamu wonordo kambe ko be mbiyata on o leedi do men golla dum ha wona Singapore ndege ono bendon be wali be dani wona dum be daminno wona dum be mbawa dum wadde sa o wi kono si Allah jabi kanko halani on o leedi do wona do tande leedi Gambia o walita dum o golla ha mu kala nati leedi ndi a weltoto mo wada dum si Allah jabi
William Cole
mune wa wuli the people of Wuli
o wi wulinabe
Kabiringa siloje.
When I saw your road, the road here.
Nabala fabeta ta musoli.
I was so sympathetic to the women.
Owi bandumun yurumama hombo yurumini rewbebe.
Gambia musonga ali hakotunye. Forgive me for the promise that has not been fulfilled, but when I made the promise, I made it very clear. By the grace of the Almighty Allah. And whenever the Almighty Allah graces my wish, you will have the best highway and bridge in this country.
Now we are forming kare ko ni ala sonta adu ni ala sonta nying silo nying albe bridge soto la ale sila kendo soto ngal hakke dani wala tol Gambia musol
o wi rewbe Gambia ngatane mo hakke kanko sa o nyaagi Allah siko anni mako golle de gayni kono hunde fo ko juude Allah woni o wadi on promission o mojjinani taw kono si Allah en laado makko jabi wattu si yoni tan o walla don kono si jabi do hitande aro o briji base do o golla dum o golla lawol modom yurumande o ko rewbe be ngaccane dum en hakke
ku buga xam li tax may balu jigéen ñi te lu ma gis loo xam ne dafa sonal nit ñi suma xel si jigéen ñi laa dem xoole ñi fi nekk di nga xam li tax jigéen ñi du ma leen mun foog ma balu leen aha because depuis 1994 meeting buñ def fii ndaje buñ musa def ci Gambia fii jigéen ñi ak xale ñoo dee ëppa
miyajen ko mbe hakko boyo kela musole wala mi dalilo seniyatale beri 1994 ala misalo nyim bengo jibe don musole siyata jang anindi nolu woto ni koku keta ni kole ya kolmu na balafa anina miro akata musole kam folo
ani ni akorosi
munete sinko sedlo
sanari
muso be jang jama baye ke sotole alla ke olle andi ko president nata pour que banko la problème long alla ke ma be sirim ban suwa ko nay manson nakana atol muso nata wala na alama aliye jurwa fo
amin ya rab
o wi rewbe Gambia on jarama ono worbe rewbe dardo do mo kala debbo wondo e jogi gorko joni be mbi non president ala leydi amen do wulli wes hoto worbe be ngoni do ko rewbe be tan e sukabe gondo si tay ko non yaari e mo duwana on yo Allah wallu on kala ko jidi gurgal modum e bibbe modum yo wallu wade hen barke o be bayo mon tan
Gambia keol alkana alfan nene
mune gori Gambia bulen nax sen bopa
worbe Gambia wata on da en hoore modon
si bambalo aka foore bambalo le nati ali wuli ale do ko ke ali wuli ale Allah musol makoy
togay bu reey limo indi moy ñaka joglen ngeen dimbale sen jabari
jodo tana immata ko addata ko basal mawdo mawngi addatan tama bay an ka a jodi tan a hebta ko jidda
ala nala bala fa mume
mune yalla ak yermandem yeb
Allah no yurmi tagabe no woni wo
mamira ni ma bati betala arjana
gomane soko jamu di nga dem ajjana
o sikkani sa waɗani ko Allah ko wi ko paɗamo juula yata aljanna
andu ne nale korosiro ke bari sañ mu tilibilol ti fana nga même fo no mbasse mba fo la sañ
mu ne su ngeen seetloo gannaaw ci bëccëg lañ nekk li ma waxoon démba ci basse dina ko waxaat
atol keol membe loring
yéen góor yi taxaw góor yi
o wi on worɓe darɓe ɗo
Allah musol ye men dum wala kutata atol keol al ye men dum kon mune o sabu bi musola pare wala ka betiya keola pare bari iko momo duake ni dua bang ikake nyadat muso fana imam fude dani ibe ite ko ite nyanta dum fengo sana musoe na tara fana musole nyanta saye anna diata every 4 years don ka kilin saye because manya na kelaye but asi don ka kilin saye wala atena Allah don ko anala musola don ko wa man ka kilin adu sama ni nata kodo ke fana musol ibe ku kotan kutama dunna atol keol auzu billahi minash shaitanir rajim
o wi worɓe ɓen sa laari rewɓe ɓe conci koɓe ɓornata ɓuri wonɗe keso kala worɓe ɓorni fo koye nawi ko waɗi ɗum rewɓe ɓen no tinni no haɓɓi keeci mumen yiɓe gollo ɓe ayiɗi hoore mumen e dimbaya ko ɓe jogii ko kala mo annduɗa ko naɓugol yeeso rewɓe ɓen heen iɗi golla si Allah jaɓi ɓen rewɓe ko yeeso tan ɓe gonta kala gude ɓe ɓorne o wona keso jiidata e worɓe ɓen
bara nin ko fana kewo
waaye sumane góor yi itam
ni nga fo ko kewol beletidde nga ala toñele ngal toñele kadu kewol fana bije mbelon ko wolmu dokula balati konko buka du ila kordato foarea buka dunje atol membe sering ali wuli ali wo kewol noma o nama in fact the best wolem ilak muso idela nyanta tamal nyato ay noma bare bi bare albe sering musol ya danne alita alla musol ko ma ali al musol la sino noma nga foarea bondi nyim bankoto comme diam la dole a fo nyame
ne kon wakkati nin ko waxoon fii
o wi haalo folo ko ɓe mbiɗo ko
ako
mu ne
o wi
yaya jammete koɗo dila momola gambia kono fa e bo foire ata an womu toñalete
ne président jamme de du mun a jox kenn ku ci nekk xaalis ba génne la ci ñàkka loolu mooy dëgga
o wi président jamme wawata mo kala kaali ha ɗum yona gambia fof itta ɗumen e basal wawata won
Allah
mu ne yàlla
subhanahu wa taala
o wi Allah subhanahu wa taala
pente je duniya kono men si balafa soto fo e ala la balafa soto si
amul kenn ci àddina kuy am yërmande be am jot yërmande yàlla ben ko jot
ala aduna mo anduɗa hiɗa wawa yurmade ha fota yurmade Allah subhanahu wa taala ɗum ala
ñim banko
mu ne réew mi
o wi o leydi ɗo
bata sifa fulale ɓe keri
mu ne façon coono façon ñaari coono moo am
tampere ko façon ji ɗiɗi ngoni
bata e melon ko tele ya lay fanna
mu ne coono boo xam ne ni yow yaa ko teg sa boppa
tampere mo annduɗa ko an fawi hoorema
anin bata e melon ko mun natolet
ak coono boo xam ne le loolu nattu la bu la dal
e tampere mo annduɗa on ko Allah waɗi tan wona an waɗi
ilafta tala arjana
mu ne nga buga dem ajjana
iɗa fala yaade arjanna
ima ala batu
jaamuwuloo yàlla
a faɗani Allah a juulata
ibuka sali
doy julli
a juulata a faɗani Allah
ikatara fengo momo tambita ima long yallo ne ka daji ko fo wo fana haramtal
mu ne képp ku la romba nga xam jikkoom xamuloo ko loolu itam dafa nekk lu haram nga ko wax
on jooɗa on gollata on jaata dula kala yawte laawol on mbiya o ko ni way haale jikko muɗum ɗum ko haram
so imalla alala
mu ne gomuloo yàlla
a hoolaki Allah
ima ala batu
jaamuwuloo yàlla
e a faɗani Allah
ñin kufulo fa natara manda alala ima ala batu ila sondomo nenete senyala andu sondomo naman senya womo iblis la kabinota kala jelto ibuka ku kendo mira hani momo tamta man tuske ye kampa wo aka hasiya iblis aka hasidi adorone ke la jiso kono mo men man penke ate do ko ke fa fen soto e ga boko ha nying aka bulo fala donni ka kutola bale ni na talata nyem jamanon tet ni mo samba moriato amam tuske itani moral bebe fala ntele nga fo ya jamme ko nga muru alama nga kubeto dada nga si fatam fanso bula kato alal lafta walla
o wi
mo damayal kodi alal billahi alben ni misala nyin dunya kono lahira wole masiboti bari ni wati kono mo ko mol beka kumbo kandola e ga bogo ha maybe nin suto kuta suto abe suman dinnal alika kumbo nyintilon ala kando alko maybe suto asisumaya ndesan isaje hada badingo sa o ay bata fo ga bogo sa fango le fesata nyinti imagine jahannama dimba ya taraje sayati je fo ila yomidi yala alala long sanji jelu o because je fa ite fala lungolu ibe janila ite nyin tilandingo ika kumbo walla andi buka ku beto bara kando nata nyaadi la ka mol hakilo blandi ko ntol bebe tala nga danku alama bara alala danku dulato koda sabale koda fulale bije jahannam ani arjana ye fengo ben fi janye kano fi ibe wala tara la sirat ndele ngafo garam nal be janne ngan daji ko falin nga kuriya bula nga hasidiya bula nga sila alaba nkana musol torandi do ala men fo momo e sarto bi jala atol mbari musol alla ke fempe kaye ali munya ala nen kila kama bari alla chabo arjana chabo wobe alla ke wala jufo kono bare ke wal fana la jahannama chabo wobe tol fango fambulu so nin sirat tawato sita ila arjana chabo chanso abulu ya tu ko ma ta betala dam albe jalola because nyim banko daji ka sifa membe je womu masibolti
o wi bandiraɓe julɓe min mbi komin julɓe he leydi ndi ko allah men jokki an jiya goɗɗo ɓorna wutte moƴƴo añanamo ko ɓorni ko ko heɓiri ko o golli o heeɓi a wiya naɓat ɗum to ceerno anne on ceerno fo on mayat hikka rowani tawata ɗumen ɗo ɓay ɗum ko hasidiyagal ɗum woni o wi rewɓe ɓen jokke worɓe moɗon ɓay caabi aljanna moɗon koye jiiɓa mumen woni kono kamɓe caabi jahannaba mumen koye jiiɓa maɓɓe ɓe woni kono simin jeehi ta min jotti ɗomin certata o wi jehen ƴette caabi aljanna moɗon boppe ɗumen ɗon on jaato aljanna moɗon kono ɗomin mbatta wadde fof yomin andu minenne kamɓe wuuri he aduna he neɗɗo ya accu bonnere ya waɗu feere moƴƴa e aduna sa añan neɗɗo a añat ɗum jikku ko waɗanima kono wata añumo ko o leñol ɗo iwi ko o leñol ɗo wi allah wiyani ɗum
isaje fulakeɓa ala mariama bobo nata ala cabo kamma sirat
o wi mariama bobo nde ari ƴatti caabi o e mawɗo pullo o
nene galle
o wi nene galle
muñana ko kaw selli
o wi kaw sellu
o kam caabi
o kam caabi o
ngade wonne ka wa yow tami danga dem bay ma fi ñu ne ko waaw parce que fele danga bañona liggéey man ma nga dem aljana mo ngi ubbe
ayo an a jaɓani golle mimi hande mi accama ɗo
bandaɓe fulɓe suusata jaygol
oye bandiraɓe fulɓe cuusata jaygol de
way yenade wasa ala jaɓi jaɓani nalma o kumo bula albalona sirat altaje la fan
oɗon mbiyata allah jaɓi jaɓa so on gaccan on haala siratu sal on jiyata ɗum sa
ndongol ani mbari namus my daughters and my sons
o win dongoji ɗi e ɓiɓɓe maɓɓe e miñiramu en
ako kamba ningol ni sukutinola dingolu
ka fogo ante mu ndingotin batu ni keba da wat mambe sal ala bato kela wo man tara dinotot
min commission
salo mo kanal nene wala salo al wulula nal tulunta salo la nal wulula dunia fente ya je lakira farani ala ma yampal al be janna dimbawle salo ala bato e ga fa ko ha boy I'm too young man. You are too young. You see how many young people have died? Do you know how long you are going to live? Make hay while the sun is shining. My daughters and my sons, that's the brightest future you have if you devote yourself to the Almighty Allah and pray regularly. You cannot fool Allah. Maybe, is it ila ustaz of nene no le? O yela ulula nene no? Nisi that o ikafoko ha Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar. Allah mo buka nene no. Ni be dunna dino kono e dunje barkana foko dino manke bungoti sinkilim be kono to sindo be banta womu kafiriyalti womu nafikiyalti ni be dunna dino to dino e dun ila sondo moto ye ala keje ala sila nya dino manke bungoti ye melon ko sinkilim be kono to ila sinkilim be banta. Not to be alama because president man fem keano natara alama dina. Ano atol fana al tek fem kenola alama men kealie. Nyin dunia kono niya moy hasidiya ite man ke muslimoti. Bari ni kada muslimoti ilimaniata inyanta lon nako ala momo dada anala harjewla anyanta men sotala be o sotala mota balinola kon natara Bakari balde fen soto ite man men soto dandi ba hasidi ala katama ye domoroke katama ye ala fana dani ala meya diala niya dani fana sa dilela baraka hasidi aka kele kata wo fula morol men kata fol ke ka faisa daga fako joni yaha ya sambaje akoy ko sala la def no ki dafa wona dafa am halis akay tan na ko do sotol a jutu tan nan a jutu te la nyaadi ala be jumala di la fenko kayro la safo ko hani o yadi mo ko tan hani jumala be kayro so la ya fay hani so ni moy kayro soto ay ala tento be tamala hanata man anajita jiyo ko ka foko kan wulindi nga hasidi ya bula nga nyo jaw ya bula si fatam panso nyon kafir ya man ke tekeri because ni mo kong ya ma kong adaji kola ya kong ala siola itela arjanata wo maje de bar yala ala asi mo bel jam funole hani mo men kuriyata ko jolo ala sa yam funole tonya bare isalon ko jututa alala iman jutu wo kenni ngola fulandingo yolandingo musundingo kebaringo nyin kebaringo kamanya din keba melon ko wala siata famati ka fa ko kebaringo ifama ba fala kebaringo ani ke men siata famati ka fa ko kenningo wo mu jutna kumolti alama lafi wala nkana nyojutu nkana nyoketu ngadaji ko falen wala men sambala nyato ke fam balundi la tarola wo fana mu ala batol bayri ni tata kunkoto e ka imaya ka fengo fala fo ala savo he ni ala sonta nyinang mo be ka fo go ni ala sonta bare fo logngolo ki ka sinya kilne salibang bani tata kunkoto ga ba ha nyina ngamela ni ala sonta ala be lonko sa logngolo kun sinya kili ka salam ngasila alaba nyen tilo men kandita wo mu jiolet wo mu ice cream mot jahannama dimba al men ka al karana nyen kawa ala fangole afo nyen tilo ate bero yelun nola jahannama dimba bero le kata al qur'an fo nyame be ani bero yelun wo kando mirabang ani wante fan tilo la kando fan dimba alka tabiro ke menna wo jube ba kanita nyame ngasila alal ntela ha mo menti mo beta arjana wala ntela ganiyoti bare ibetala ngadi arjana dolu ka harje alake harje eta hijola bare ni tata hijo fana ni botana je ye muru kuriyato itela hijo amam yan soto mbe kuma soro na dame
o wi musidɓe fulɓe président o haali ɗo ko juuti min haalanan on komin mbawi hen komin kolla on o wi sa tawi an ka a julɗo iɗa gomi allah on tagima on watama war so okki goɗɗo jawdi ma okkimo jaam o so okki onon jaam o ma kalsi on boppanna on boppata an mbiya sa yi o waɗa kam yawore han ko kalso heeɓi te ala ko o waɗima a yi tan heeɓi jawdi a añimo allah yiɗa ɗum si tawi ka a julɗo si tawi kadi min waway gomude allah ko goto jiɗodiren si en jiɗodiri tan en keɓat yeeso o wi on nangue mo annduɗa si wuuli fo no wulla wiya nangue wuuli nangue wuuli ona oɗon gandi kaaje mo annduɗa yiite jahannama kaate o ko nanga ɗum ha ɗum fo bona
sango kono sango mo kari tan nin fulat
o wi hitande ko leɓɓi 12
sango kono
o wi hitande hitande
mbaɗuga start tilo
o wi ñalande o fuɗɗo ɗon
montar wati moanni nani leɓe tilo
wattuji 24 woni e ñallal
wo 24 hours
o wi on 24 hours
ala ko saliña siña lulule dila ñanta men salila
allah wi okki en waktuji 5 komin foti juulude men faɗamo
anu salo wati o sali wati aman tammi minute moanna
wattu jullu mo annduɗa fo ɓurani minute aji 20
ide ko e tewokel
an wiya watta ɗum
out of 24 hours Allah is asking you for only 50 minutes the whole day.
nder waktuji 24
for example, if it takes you 10 minutes to pray, 10 times 5 is 50 minutes, less than an hour. Out of 24 hours, Allah says, devote this 5 times to pray to me. You say no. You go to the football field, you play football for more than 4 hours. Or you go to disco, you spend the whole night there. You spend money there. You waste your time. And if you are a student, maybe in fact, you are not studying, you're going to fail the exams. You can go to watch football match in Basse. But to go to the village mosque here to go and pray is a problem for you. How do you think Allah would feel about you?
kono miijuɗa allah ko waɗantama an jaha laarugol football ɗo Basse ɗo kono mbasa yaade ɗo nder saare ɗo ɗo miccide o woni jaha joloya allah te allah wonon jomirawo maɗa an ko hoɗum yakorɗa nder minute aji 24 ana wawata waɗde toon wattuji kala mo annduɗa ɓuura minute aji 20 paduɗa allah allah ko wi ko mbaɗanamo juula hoɗum yakorɗa
dol camera ko saliwato naadiata ibe siri mantara ibulo mamuta fempe na emelon ko asibali salola yesi fata mita zafa ko ha mba julo jolal lungolu mba julo jola hadi hada badingo ni na julo bela lungolu ba fala ko mba jola si kamfa bulu sakatuma ala me dada iko man time soto out of 24 hours 50 minutes in the day, the whole day, 5 daily prayers, you have no time because you think you are too young. And you can walk kilometers to go and play football or watch a football match or go for a picnic. Allah is more important than anything you can think of. Your saficho, Allah nyato ta, abe Allah le bulu. Allah yuriwa, anin kairo nyen dunia kono, Allah dorone siwodi Allah. Ala badi la nyaadi atolle ba dokula alinga ala bato nga sila alama nga kukendo bara san mbadi mbitek tiol
o wi be joma bitikaji ɗi
sunkaro canal
o wi lewru korka ari de
sango sang kare kiline ka ke sunkaro kalo
hitande fof ko lewru goto tan wonta korka
karo emelon ko momo gada musulmati silata ala e ka ala la balafa nyini ala la yamfo ka wala nyini jindima kafaro e ka wala nyini dol bije yemelon ko e fen e ke fankumandi muslimo nin sunkaro be suti ala wotmole ka da marchandise la da jawyandi ala e riba haramundi le je ite ka riba nyini e ka riba domo ala la sunkarot sawru ramadan nyen dunia hanni e montagne fandi kodola mi tata ni beta ala ka danko ni danko ta alama e ka bayo men dum aman dalasi talulu fansi albuka o jebang ye bo eta soto e ka donni ko seringo dum lon kilin be danko la alama e ka men bayo men ke bala aman dalasi talulu si wamu karambo mbalti isalon ko nyin dunia ko manke fenti bare kus ni hana badingo fata nabita kaburot bade dula ku sabale ka dandang
o wi sitaya amai ha sitayi ɗam maari aduna e ko woni e nder mum haysi ko million ji ɗi jogiɗa nawgol ma to berde to koɓe codantama bagi ko koɓe mbatta e ɓanduma he gaccaɗi million ji ɗi ɓe namma to berde on ɓura $50 gambian money koɓe codata ɓe mbaɗa e ɓanduma ɓe nattinama e gayka
ɓayde ka sanke o fama $100
o wi kasanke ha yonani $100 meter
ni be dandan ka stamba kaburo to fen sabale ke dandan
siɗa yaa to gaburu to ko piiji tati tan jaadata toon
ila baɗigol
misiɓɓe ma
ila baaro
ligge ma ko mbaɗɗa he aduna he
ani lakoɗo
jawdi ma ko jogɗa he aduna he
e baɗigo ko kilinne ka tuje ka tare bala kabroto wala ila baro toronne be tula iten wala be kide fatande la natara ku kenol ba natara fana amanke ku kenote fana wala be torani la barsa dani be ftala siratu sirat
o wi sa
baro toron ini wala kata kodo musol anin keol anin fengo fe moto be wo ka burle ila iteni la baro ini wala kata kabroto kon nga bara kendo ke pour membe kida fatala kaburo kono ake ku kendo tie melon ko yamal kiyama ala kiyama lolungo nte malna inshallah kon wafir lal ali sila alama
kule alla
sungaro kanal
lewr korka ari
men kata ribati atol be alo bari men ka wafiro ke be jama ba mu muslimot
kala jawdi woni riba o don gandi ba jeyo foko muslim be ngoni
munatina cristiano nin christmas sita ani new year ikat price of jinti ndol muslimo mbuka fe sanyang be marsandiso ramasa kalande sungarole kana e ribata wo ribate nafala nyin dunia kono abe halakila arjana yomal kiyama lolungo
o wi christian ɓe si christmas no ara ɓe jippina price mumen ɓe mballa yimɓe ɓe ganda ko christmas arta kono enen julɓe si tawi wer korka ɗi ara ko ɗon min ɓeydata price ji ɗin mbaɗen ko satti ko hoytere ala ñamgol riɓa tan men goni an ka a julɗo mbiɗa ɗum wawata won
bi duniya bi jamano
o wi aduna han e jamano han ɗo ɓe goni
ni tawta e ñaabiti kata ɓe taccila ni man tacci ye fa o e bula ye boy kolongo kono mosoti tacci e fa ñindina ɓe wala ñaama bi so ni tawta e koɗi alal sama e ɓeni mes salal mbaɗi muslimol nga ke muslime a kanoti nga limani ake katu ite ite ke no la muslimoti ala fem fo ako ikana nyike ite be sosoro kala ka fa ko makelal
obi gomen Allah riba
anim be kumo tenkela dame sungol
e wujobe be nguybe be
mbe diamula mbe kalila alqur'ano be mbulu
obi o hala o wato do jogi qur'ana guybe be
billahi wallahi tallahi
obi billahi wallahi tallahi
na tara ka sunya do ke fek foi ka sisole sunya foi ka basole sunya ka fem sunya men ke da sunya roti ni ma bulante ya jamale ngafo obi ni ma bula billahi nin samaji tara nyin dunia kono atete la nyala ntele ngafo billahi wallahi taala anu tete mala obi asiatale kamol mantoro andung momo e sungo fana lani la koda de yalongo sungolem bari na ni so sunya na fa ka subodi le haramo ite ka wala domo ite fana na be talal ni billahi wallahi taala ni samaji kuma se nyala billahi wallahi taala ate banne nyala ntele ngafo dalila senengale bembul ali nyok ali gambe ko sibi abe nyame ka dum meta ka dandala bare momo sungo landi nyina iba jalale billahi wala taala wasalam
obi guybe be ngache hakile guybe be kala wuji aw ma ajibini guyo so galle mada so wuji o kam hen ane makko on jada ndungo tobata humna gite modon on fo on mayat si Allah jabi
salatu ala nabi bismillah
Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa sallam Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina nabiyina maulana Muhammadin wa sallam anta tasliman karimal fatiha alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin
Sidiku ina o bede ne lesela ina o bede no bona bede dinami asorula ya o makare sidiku ina o bede lesela ina o be mokota seleke dami razolola Abu Bakar Sidiku ina o bede ne
Thousands of Gambians across the country descended on Kanilai to celebrate the president's 51st birthday anniversary. The historic event was graced by the vice president, cabinet ministers and members of the diplomatic community, traditional rulers and students. The president's mother, Aja Asombi Bojang, last night celebrated her son's birthday at her residence in Kotu. The event was attended by members of the first family, APRC faithfuls, friends and neighbors. Delegates attending the Banyan Plus 10 Youth Forum Tuesday presented their country papers and shared experiences on the implementation of the African Youth Charter at a ceremony graced by the Vice President and Minister of Women's Affairs, Aja Dr. Aissatou Saidi. Meanwhile, the Vice President and Minister of Women's Affairs, Aja Dr. Aissatou Saidi, Wednesday presided over the official closing of the Banyan Plus 10 on behalf of President Jammeh. The week-long ceremony, which brought together African youth representatives, policymakers and government agencies, wrapped up with participants committing themselves to an intergenerational dialogue involving young people and their leaders. The decision by leadership to open the Gambia and Senegal's borders continued to earn the commendations of business communities, passengers and motorists who were waiting to make it to either sides. In the North region, where the two countries share a long stretch of border, people reacted on the border impasse. The Forum for African Women Educationalists Fawegam Gambia chapter began celebrations marking Fawe Week with the laying of a foundation stone for its edifice. Fawe Week is a moment dedicated to campaign for sustainable development of women and girls through the provision of quality and affordable education.